And they said if I bought things back in that condition to the dry cleaners again, they'd phone the police.
Ryan, we're live.
Oh.
Ryan. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hello.
So anyway, you didn't hear that.
Yeah, just it never happened. I'm not here. We're done.
I am. If I am a little out of it, please forgive me. I am still sort of coming down from the fever. I recently became 5G compatible because I got my vaccines. I am currently like shedding incredible amounts of spike protein. Like, it is incredible. You have never seen this much spike protein just shedding off of a person. But I am not alone. To partake in my shedding, we have Ryan Probert, my composer for Down the Rabbit Hole, and also a very good friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been looking forward to talk about this for like 5 years at this point, since I met you.
Well, I didn't really have the platform to do it. Well, I had Down the Rabbit Hole, but I don't know that we wanted to do a Down the Rabbit Hole on this particular man.
This is something. So I think we're gonna have fun today, but
But
for me, there's something. This is a cautionary tale. You know, this could have been me. But
right, this is like your version of Chris Chan. Because I've told you about like my personal relationship with like Chris Chan in general, right? Like I haven't met Chris Chan. I mean like my experience of like learning about them.
This is like my version of Spoonie. That's how I feel.
Right.
It's a little sadder whilst also being hilarious.
Right. And I think that this is more like unambiguously funny.
There's some, you know, we'll talk about how I feel about it, but it's interesting. I am amazed the chat's not obsessed. They're starting to talk about the horse part now in the chat.
Right, yeah. Well, it's because I titled the stream The Aspiring Olympic Musician with Ryan Probert. I love the horse as an animal.
The story of Spoonie should be a required viewing for aspiring content creators. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable to say. Spoonie is. I remember it was a very self-reflective video to make.
Someone said they were hoping that you hadn't seen what we were talking about before this came on, and you've seen a bit of it, but your reaction
only a little bit,
been hysterical, and it's been amazing.
Some of the bits are amazing. I will never forget what you said about one of the clips we watched. It's not a single thing that he has said has been correct.
I'm sorry, I've got a cold, so I'm sounding a bit rough. Forgive me.
Oh, take it easy. We're both a little bit under the weather.
Yeah. It's December. Fuck you, it's December.
Yeah. Fuck you. Well, I mean, that's why I got my vaccinations. Right. Before we get into the meat of this stream, though, there are two things that I want to cover, and one of them is something I want to share with you.
Me?
Yeah, well, because I think you'll think it's funny.
I've been waiting in bated breath.
By the way, how are the voices? I know that Ryan was a bit quiet in my mixer, and we've cranked him up as much as physically possible. But I mean, without adding gain to my desktop audio, I really need to like start capturing audio from specific things. But I've kind of turned myself down to even it out. I kind of like this though. I kind of like where everything is.
People think it's good.
Okay, good. So there are two things I wanted to get to. First thing I wanted to discuss is something that my brother and I are doing together in Foxhole. It's going to require a little bit of background, but I think I might have made the best pun I've ever made in my life.
This is very turn of the century. You're going to hit me with a savage pun, and I'll never recover ever.
Yes.
I'll be socially shunned. God almighty. I'm socially shunned because Fred is hitting me with a vicious pun.
No, okay, like that's the best joke I've made, but that wasn't really a pun. Hamster Zerg, right? The bit when Mike and I were exploring the Blue Lick Road house, and there was a person who had like a giant TV, and then like another giant TV behind it, half covered by the first TV, because like this clearly is like a building used for illicit purposes. And you know, it's one of those cases where like it's people who like don't know how to spend money, so like their flat screen TV breaks, and instead of repairing it or like, you know, recycling it, they just leave it there and get another.
Yeah.
Someone who is not getting their money by legitimate means, we'll say. So like this TV was like there was a widescreen, there was a flat screen TV in front of another flat screen TV, and it was in a room labeled the man cave, and I said, oh yeah, in the man cave you can watch one football game and half of another football game. And then Mike asked the first half or the second half, and then I replied, top half. Mike set me up for the greatest layup ever, and I fucking dunked it. I think it's still the funniest I've ever been in my life. I will never top that.
Oh, come on.
But this is pretty good. I will say this might be a close second. So I've gotten into Foxhole over the last month. My next down the rabbit hole is going to be about Foxhole.
It's good you mentioned that because you haven't mentioned it before.
Yes, I've never ever talked about it before. I won't. I definitely can shut the fuck up about it. Now, recently, right as my brother and I were coming in, there was a new vehicle released. It is let me see if I can find it here. Vehicles. Hold on. I can do this. Here we go. It is a heavy truck that is used especially for, let's go, media share. It is used especially for frontline delivery. It is very heavy. It is very armored. Can't hold more than most others, but it is very tough. It also is the first vehicle in the game to have a gearbox, which means that it can do much better off-road. This is effectively a blockade runner.
Yeah.
However, there's a problem with it. Foxhole is a game of scale, and so a lot of things can be packaged and shipped in larger quantities. The Canute, this is called the Canute Cliff Rest. It is, the problem with it is that it cannot be packaged, and you have to drive each one individually to the front line for it to be used. So it's not like, it's a little bit inefficient to move to the front line, but most frontline delivery people will prefer the Canute over anything else. It's a fucking blockade runner, and it's super safe. Like, I think it's twice as tough. Like, if I look at, hold on, if I look at the leather back, so this has 1,150 health and is disabled at 50%. So it's it is off-road. It is also armored though, right? It it doesn't have much more health, but it does have armor. It has tank armor. This thing is as armored as a tank. Right? So imagine like the difference in survivability between like even a tougher supply truck and the Canute is huge. You want to be using it if you can. So something I noticed is that we never had enough Canutes to meet demand. We always wanted more. So I decided, hey, what if I made a factory dedicated entirely to making Canutes for the front line? And I got my brother on board. See, what I didn't think about at the time was there is a name for this initiative that is perfect. We are beginning the Knutson Brothers Frontline Factory. Shut the fuck up. You piece of shit.
No, I love it. And I love the image of you two playing together, running a business together.
Yeah. It's not really like... So it's not like Eve in that there aren't really businesses, but this is very much like a big project that we're working on together. Last night, we spent some time working out the factory. Like, let me show you what the basics.
There are people leaving in the chat.
Welcome in, by the way. Anyone new? I saw a few new names in here. You are welcome here. Welcome to my hyperfixation streams. So we made a layout for a tier 1 base that is going to be expanded, and I proposed it to leadership of the regiment that I'm in, and they're very much on board because we'll also be able to help with other things. So
you are a key player in this.
Yeah. This is going to be helpful. They come with truck nuts. I mean,
nuts.
Well, hold on. Do you know about truck nuts?
Are they fat truck nuts?
Yes.
I know about truck nuts.
Okay.
It's self-explanatory.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of an American thing.
It's cool, actually. It was one of our classes.
But there are trailers. Like the nice one extra nice thing about the Canute is it can haul things behind it. It has trailers, which is pretty neat. That you can haul trailers, but you can also haul push guns, because there are push guns in Foxhole.
This really is a hyperfixation stream. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, I mean, to be fair, we also are going to be spending most of our time checking out your hyperfixation.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I teach. Twice now I've taught music and business, like at university level. And every time I think about this, I'm like, it's so relevant to what I teach. It's so relevant to what I teach. It's like, yeah, I just want to play this and be like, just don't do this, please never do this. You know, this is the worst. And there's loads of really interesting reasons. I mean, it's not. It's very obvious why it's a bad idea, but there are interesting layers to why it's a bad idea.
Right. I'm so excited. You guys, I have been looking forward to this ever since Ryan proposed it. This is incredible. This is like years of Ryan just like occasionally poking in. Did you want to tell everyone how long you've been like keeping an eye on this?
I think I was introduced to this. It must have been. I'm trying to work it out. I think it was like my last year of university, so 2013.
So it's been a decade.
It's been a decade now. I wasn't last. It was like the second year. Yeah, it's been a decade. It's been a decade. I've been talking about this fucking guy. And I wish like you called it like a weird obscure composer, and I was like, I wish it could be like George Crumb or Julius Eastman or something. But it's not. It's they're obscure for a reason.
Hold on. Okay, I needed to recalibrate myself. I keep losing calibration. Like, calibration keeps fucking up. I'm like Garrus Vicarian. I'm the Garrus Vicarian of streaming. Calibrations. Hina. Ayu. Okay, hold on. There's
Garrus, my love.
you go. Okay, what are you referencing when you go ayu? Because I think of hold on. I think of this song. I'm gonna share my screen with you, Ryan, so you can hear it.
My body is ready.
Let me share my screen with you. It's gonna be an empty window, but you'll be able to hear it. So don't worry. Or actually, no, you're gonna be able to look at the Canute. Here you go. So I hear this and I read that and this is all I can think. Have you heard this?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I don't have time to do fun things.
This. It's so satisfying.
It's good.
I think like it's a clever use of like synthetic voice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's synthetic voice or it's like a sample or something.
I think it is a synthetic voice. It might not be. I wonder. Now I wonder. Like I always just assumed it was synthetic voice, but like now it's like I wonder if it's just edited weird. Yeah, there are lyrics, but they're completely indiscernible.
Written by Valerian.
It's a vocoder? Is it?
Yeah,
no way. No.
Yeah,
no way.
I don't know. It's something else. There's a lot done to it.
It's almost like they sang each word individually and then cut them together. This is one of those songs where like I listen to it over and over.
God.
Chip speech. Okay, it's chip speech. Gotcha. So it is a program. I was gonna say I was pretty sure it's a program.
You know how Homer Simpson, when he's meant to be paying attention, like there's like a cow playing Turkey in the Straw on a ukulele.
Yeah.
Is this what's going on in your head when you're listening to me?
Yes. What? Huh? What? Huh? There was one other thing that I think we need to do before we get to our main topic.
Yeah, and I sent you this as well.
I think you did.
I was going to, and when you mentioned it, and I was just like, okay, yeah.
Like 50 people have linked it to me at this point.
50.
I swear to Christ.
If you ever raise an army, you know, the Bannerman who said... Oh, okay, this is... I thought you meant the butt plug, but go on.
No. It's Dracula Flow 4.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I have not seen this yet. I kind of was patient zero in my friend group, on like my streaming friend group for Dracula Flow. And so I feel like it only is right that I saved this for stream. You ready? Are you ready?
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Haters in shambles, they stay picking the corn out of my shit. The Smith & Wesson got me moving like an invasive species. I got Midas touch, fuck boy. Bitch so bad I made her shit in my chopped.
Wait a minute, what was that?
Got Midas touch, fuck boy. Bitch so bad I made her shit in my chopped cheese. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it. These Valentinos are from Milan. You fucking idiot. That fentanyl gave me Vitruvian man flexibility. Got me in a state of rigor mortis. Caught a broke boy trying to come up on my Amazon package, so I skinned his ass alive. Ah! We smoking Sergi Bacchus spinal fluid infused quick release perks. She spread it and let me take a deep sniff of that mahi mahi. I gave that pussy a raspberry. They needed a stealth soldier, so I put my hands on the hibachi hot plate at Benihana and burned my fucking fingerprints off. They will not find me. Konnichiwa, you little jit. Snorting some premium modest Yahoo got me fighting for my life. I make a nice stew out of that pussy. Blacked out on the...
He said jit. I think he meant git. Because he's reading these.
Fighting for my life. I make a nice stew out of that pussy. Blacked out on the Percocet. Ordered a Desert Eagle off Amazon. I used to nut in my socks until the crust smelled sweet. I ain't never going back. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream cake in my fronto leaf. Got Sudanese crystalline shards poking out my lungs. Fuck boy. I'm in Gobekli Tepe shirtless in a loincloth, blowing bareback asshole out smoking aqueduct filtered sherm. Told Shorty to keep that box breathing. Yeah, she's squeezing the garlic. We smoking Java Man. Face pressed up against that monkey sniffing for dear life. The Cuban link will turn the diamond tester into a pipe bomb. Glock 34 shivered his timbers. Blew her back out using a mammoth skin condom. Dick pussy free balling like Shaq and Kobe. I'm smoking Mesopotamian Stanley Cup triple award winning soul bleeder taint blaster JD Power Associates Dingleberry Zaza. We smoking that IBM quantum computer. I can't wait to curb stomp you in these dumb, ugly ass Rick Owens shoes. I'm Dracula. I'm 12 million years old. When I hit it from behind, the room smells like absolute Michi. They said I wouldn't shit on them. I spread my cheeks and hit him with an absolute screamer. Little bro was emaciated. The perks done ate little cuzzo ass up. These cops are interrogating me about an ounce of weed as if I didn't kill an Applebee's hostess 2 miles away. I come from a long bloodline of Italian leather. My Bottegas have veins pumping through them. Smoking indigenous Fronto leaf in a bacon, egg, and cheese. Hashtag Leche Menderoy. Yeah. Eyes bloodshot, leaning up against the wall, beating off to my chrome hearts boots. Ops was talking crazy. Shot him in the mouth. My Audemars Piguet worth the GDP of Yemen. If this watch breaks, the foreign exchange market will take a 28% hit. People will die. My diamonds come from the most horrific situations possible. Slurping a quick release perk off the plate like a pinto bean. I keep my Glock at the Vatican. She squirted on me. I love being covered in the Chi-Chi manga. They're sick in the head. They forgot I'm him. I'm the himulation. I am him Kardashian. Him Buck-2. Himon and Pumbaa. I got my DNA test back. Turns out I'm 100% Himalayan. Fuck it, I ate the op. She let me hit it. That gash sound like salmon roe. You ran off with the DD Kong, triple espresso, personal hotspot, stem gripper runts. There are consequences to your crimes against Dracula. Get Shorty out of here. She's built like a J electronica verse. I swear Bezos said it best. I'm a mud baby. I can't stop. I have more perks than there are stars in the Leo cluster. I'm claiming every corner. Every block. Fuck it. I'm coming for every enzyme. Snorting Dexy. Eating skate right out of the lake. Op was sneak dissing on the gram, turned the city into Pompeii. These ain't no mall mange, you ugly bastard. They want to drive a wooden stake into my heart for pulling my cock out at the Toronto Blue Jays game. All I'm saying is I paid for the tickets. My Ducati leather trench coat, bright red, I look like 10 million crawdads fucking. That elite pussy turned me...
Wait, what does that mean?
I look like 10 million crawdads fucking. That elite pussy turned me into a radical. I'm moving lucrative. I'm in the pod smoking Sabulba, smoking that good shooby-doo-wah. I'm fucked up in the crib listening to Trill Sammy. I'm on the Ivory Coast eating vermilion snapper. War is all I think about. I've never been scared in my life, Jet. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I need my perks. I need my perks. One perk is never enough. Popped a Brazilian butt berserker and had that pussy screeching like a harpy eagle. What? I'm smoking that shit that makes the toes curl. I'm doing a lot of drugs. A lot. Walked along the sand dunes of the Sahara Desert for 40 days and 40 nights with nothing but a pack of Newports and a fifth of Henny. I really do this shit. I'm starting to get real pissed off. What the fuck is Obamacare? Hey, Obama, I don't care about shit. Look at this shit. Hey, Obama, I don't care about shit. Look at this shit. I sold crack to myself. Spun around the block so many times they thought it was fucking Minecraft. We smoking that Boomhauer. Choked his goofy ass out with a BB Simon belt. She wanted dick, but I gave her crack. I'm smoking lizard taint. Snipping monkey. It's Monkey Monday. Show me that monkey. Ah! I'm getting too much money. I'm fucked up like a Chinese Modelo. I'm smoking on that hush puppy Limon. Broke boy wasn't balling enough. Welcome to the Guangdong Tiger.
Oh, he's getting into it.
Ferragamo's a real cunt. I got more sticks than a fucking forest. I have the blueprint to the catacombs. Pop 4 flim flams at KOD came out with hepatitis. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll fucking kill you. I smoked a new op, his meat came right off the bones. The first time I smoked runts, I coughed so fucking hard, I started passing kidney stones. Then shat myself in front of the gang. There was scat all over the pounds. There was scat all over the pounds we shipped out for the next 30 business days. I don't have any compassion for broke boys. Everybody has an asshole. Most people have dick and balls. Go outside and get a bag. I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate it because I'm a gremlin. I'll air this bitch out like I shit in it. I took 2 limitless pills to limit myself. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone. That pussy balder than Howie Mandel. Crashed the Benz truck. Sipped some mud. Everything felt all right. Popped a bean, now I want to kill someone. Yeah, I drill with my mask off. I'm moving like Gilbert Arenas, snipping white phosphorus. The Vatican wants to wet me up with silver bullets, but I'm on a goddamn samurai pill. I'm a real creature. I'll spin the block, huffing spores to see tomorrow's stock market. Lungs looking crazy, rolling the old flesh cigar around your fingertips. Boy ran off with a banjo-kazooie. I had to cast a spell on that motherfucker. I got strands of RNA in my hookah. Every puff is an insult to God. The dust pack got me doing the third world stare. This Zaza will give you a 2019 Alex Caruso hairline. Chopper small and sturdy. Built like Wilmer Valderrama. I let her hit the Zaza just to buy her a bit more time. But all she wanted to do was fuck my brains out, then euthanize herself. Dehydrated the soot between her ass cheeks and snorted that shit through my eyelids. Trackhawks sound like Game 7. Yahoo! I'll give you that fluoride stare. Pussy so tight I had to scissor her ass. This Henny got me feeling crazy. This Henny got me wanting the shit. This Henny got me feeling like DDG. My bitch pussy fatter than Drewski. Drink man, please. I'm thirsty. I'm ready. I'm trying to pull up. Drink man, please. This Henny making me want to go to the mall and do something crazy. If Santa come down my chimney, I'm gonna fuck him. That's what my Hellcat sounds like. This shit ain't nothing to me.
Hina, please make that a sound alert on your stream.
That's what my Hellcat sounds like. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Oh my god.
I feel like that really started to pick up near the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it's about...
I'm fucked up in the crib, pussy screeching like a self. Spun around the block so many times they thought it was fucking Minecraft.
Like, this is where it starts to pick up when he starts getting really into it.
Is this what Drill does now but Twitter shit?
Is this drill?
Yes.
Christ. Well, okay.
I don't know if I can top that, Fred.
Yeah, no, like he took all of the words. This shit ain't nothing to him.
I think I lost about 2 years of my life watching that. I can't breathe anymore.
It's giving you a hairline, like... Who was it? 2019? I don't even know who that was.
Better if you don't know.
The first half of this was definitely not better than 3. The second half of this rivals it.
Why are you trying to critically assess this? You should just let it wash over.
This is my opinion. This is how it's like. How much am I laughing?
You take your opinion and you put it in your pocket, Fred. No, you're welcome to your opinion.
Take your opinion and snort it like a perk.
Opinion so tight, I had to scissor his ass.
Shut up.
That's all I remember from this. It's when something's so funny you feel like you're gonna pass out.
Right.
Mike can do that to me.
Yes. No, Mike goes hard. Oh, did you see when I helped him out with a video recently?
Ooh.
Let me pull this up. He just messaged me and was like, "Hey Fred, could you record for me?"
Is this spoilers alert? Spoilers, words, English. Spoiler alert.
Sort of.
People really care about the law, the jabroni Mike law.
They do, yeah. Here we go.
So one night, my Twitch chat starts changing their usernames to be poop-related. Fecal Sins, with a full year of support. Thank you so much. Wow, Fecal Sins. How provocative. I did not instigate this. If you're here right now, hear me out, all right? Change your username to be related. And the fecal army needs you, soldier.
Hold on. He brought me in to read something.
Mike would definitely die at Saving Private Ryan or something. He's the guy who died.
How funny that will be. Oh my god, it's not ending. Fecal fiesta.
Fred, they were in the chat.
What?
There were fecal names in the chat.
Oh no, it's because Mike had everyone change their names to be poop related, as many people as he could, except you can't change it back for 2 months. There's a 2-month timer. So a significant number of people just have shit names for the next 2 months. Protector of Poop. Yeah, they used to be Protector of Jam. Scat Maddie G. We used to be Sweet Maddie G.
It's amazing you remember the names. It's really impressive.
Yeah, they've been around. They're regulars.
Oh.
Fecal Duende, real, no fake, has gifted a sub. Fecal Duende, real, no fake. The bowel movement. Oh my god. Bro, this is like a fucking chapter of like one of Fred's videos.
On November 15th, 2023, Jabroni Mike started the bowel movement, irreparably damaging the Twitch username ecosystem. This was considered the largest act of socially engineered eco-terrorism in the last century.
Our ranks are growing by the fucking second.
Bravo, Fred. Bravo.
The poop
Fred.
army grows.
Thank you. He just messaged me and was like, Fred, please. I'm like, yeah, all right. I feel like most of the time he has like some unhinged brain dead idea and he comes to me with it. I go along with it.
You're so sweet, Mike. Unhinged and brain dead.
Oh, Christ. I choose to be proud of this. I choose to be proud of it.
No, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful.
Oh, hold on. Wait. There were a couple of other things I wanted to share before we get into our topic.
Is it the butt plug?
No. Well, we do like there is now a butt plug.
Talk about the butt plug, Fred.
Buttplug.io. Butt plugged, like it's a butt plug mod for Lethal Company.
Yeah.
People, like, everyone has been sending it to me. I have seen it no less than 4 times. Like, that we now have cheating, anal cheating in Lethal Company.
And what Twitch goal are you setting, Fred, for you to stream with it?
Well, I mean, we just need to get Leroy on. Okay. There was something that I found that is just amazing. So it's a little comic, like, God, this is the only thing I've ever wanted to do, but I'm not very good at it, am I? So no, it's just like, oh, thanks for gifting a sub to Feces Fella, by the way. Great. Great, it's happening. We'll go over the subs in a minute. Don't worry. Just God damn it. So if we go in here and we start looking at the replies. Baguette. So, like, people are just like, oh. And then
Is this a new indie game?
one person just keeps replying with affirmations. It keeps going. You're a great artist for wanting to try. 12k likes. You'll get there, Ducky. Don't worry. 2.2. It keeps going, Octomar. Octomar just kept replying with words of affirmation.
It's easier to type when you're an octopus because you have.
Oh yeah, it's true. Look at these replies.
Turning myself into an octopus so I can grind more.
Octomar is a fucking hero.
I think they were addressing the ducky in the cartoon, not the actual creator of the cartoon. That's my headcanon.
You think so? Talking specifically to the duck.
Yeah.
You go, duck. It's okay. I love you. Like, not even the artist. Like, the artist is immaterial. Like, this is like a 5-year-old yelling at a Disney movie, right?
Yeah. Disney movies are real. They're documentaries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Atlantis, especially.
Yeah. Toy Story actually happened.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I wanted to talk about. I don't know. I don't know how people would feel about me showing it, like showing the video. But did you know
showing
that?
it?
Yes. But in Foxhole, there's a little bit of drama sometimes, as you might imagine in a social game. The wardens tend to have their shit together when it comes to like sharing resources. The colonials are a little more freeform. Sometimes that results in some really cool stuff. Other times it results in civil wars over resources, where they start smashing each other's shit to get at resources.
Straight out of the EVE Online playbook.
Which is really funny because like everyone is united in one purpose in Foxhole. Right, like they're win the war. But that's not enough for some people. And some people just can't play nice. But the wardens are able to keep their shit together. The colonials have frequent civil wars over resources. And they get intense. People get mad. Gamers getting mad? No way.
Fighting for resources. What film is that?
Yeah. Biggest Fishes. In case you're wondering, no, it's not a good strategy for winning the war. Fighting with each other for resources. The Soviets are our adversaries. Our enemy is the Navy. Okay, that's pretty good.
Ad Astra. That's where it's from. Fighting. That film.
Okay, I wanna thank subs real quick. Shoo, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, and they're being sweet. Month 3, soon it will be years. Thank you for being here for us. Your stream is one of my most precious, where I can relax and get comfy. Good.
Fred,
we need to fix that. Hold on, we need to fix that real quick.
Fluoride stare. Pussy so tight I had to scissor her ass.
Yeah, comfy stream. Such a comfy stream.
This Henny got me feeling crazy. This Henny got me wanting the shit.
You when you drink any time.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't. What?
Clasping a bottle, screaming at people.
Was it local drunk man ruins everything?
Oh, that's me.
You guys, you have no idea how frequently Ryan uses the Simpsons clips and GIFs. He'll just send them to me completely unprompted. That the 3 shows that he'll send me GIFs and clips from as like reactions are The Simpsons, number 1. Number 2 is Peep Show. Number 3 is what is it called? You know which one.
Brass Eye.
No, not Brass Eye.
Brass Eye is good.
Brass Eye is really good.
We didn't want to happen.
This is the one thing. Yeah, Brass Eye is fucking hilarious. Hold on.
Oh, Alan Partridge. Right?
You do send me a lot of Alan Partridge. That's true.
Alan Partridge.
Yeah, that's number 3 probably.
Alan Partridge is kind of relevant today. Like, I'm wondering if you could play a clip from it at one point, actually, because it's remarkably relevant.
Here we go. For those who haven't seen Brass Eye.
That's so dark.
Well, actually, I want to... I also want to show Peter O'Hanrahan.
Cockpiss Partridge.
Here we go. Brass Eye is like... It's a parody of modern news media.
It's like the darkest parody of modern news media.
Yeah.
And it's still relevant today.
Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney Cook was blasted into space to spend the rest of his life aboard a one-man prison vessel, posing no further threat to children on Earth. But it was revealed that an 8-year-old boy was also placed on board by mistake and is now trapped alone in space with the monster. A spokesman said, "This is the one thing we didn't want to happen."
It's the fucking, like, the diagrams and the text is just insane.
So play.
Welcome in, Craven. This is the great time for like a person's first experience on this show. You want to know the funny thing? This is just Balloon Boy.
But it was revealed that an 8-year-old boy was also placed on board by mistake.
Yeah, it's literally just Balloon Boy. My favorite bit so far that I've seen from Brass Eye is Peter O'Hanrahan.
This is the day-to-day.
Foul-tempered debate in Europe ended this afternoon.
Is what?
This is a different show, but they're like completely related. This is.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, right, like.
I think this is where Alan Partridge got his start because he's the sports reporter. He's like that where he's like goal, and it's like his head flying around the screen.
A week of foul-tempered debate in Europe ended this afternoon as finance ministers agreed new quota rates for trade with the United States. In Brussels is our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan. Peter, what is the new rate?
It's 30%, Chris. Agreement was a long time coming, but in the end, the decision was unanimous.
What was the Germans' reaction? Because they've been holding out for 40%, haven't they?
That's right. When I spoke to Finance Minister Reinhardt earlier today, he said he didn't like the deal, but he had to go along with it.
Really? You spoke to him yourself? You managed to pin him down? He's a pretty tricky man, isn't he?
That's right.
Where did you get hold of him?
He was in the hotel.
And you conducted a conversation with him about the quota rates?
That's right. He said he didn't like it, but he had to go along with it.
What language did you conduct this conversation in, Peter?
German.
You spoke to him about the technicalities of the deal in German?
Yes.
So what's the German for 30%?
20%.
30%.
Yes.
And what about that quote you attributed to him? I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
That's what he said.
How did he say it?
I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
In German. How did he say it?
Ich nichten lichten.
Presumably you mean, rufen Sie ein Taxi bitte, sonst verpasse ich meinen Flug.
Yes.
No, you don't, Peter, because that means get me a taxi, I'm late for my plane. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Did you speak to the German finance minister about the new deal this afternoon?
No.
And what was his reaction?
I don't know.
Peter, thank you.
Jake O'Hanrahan's father.
Yeah.
Journalist father. It's in the family.
He's like, I will never be like my father. I think I still quote Ich nichten lichten frequently. I use it all the time. It's the one.
Beautiful.
It's just
The
been
best.
That...
This
yeah,
is
thanks. It's just
8-minute video. Chipping hell. This is up
Look.
there with the front fell off guy. It's like the best satire.
It's just been yeah, thanks. It's just been announced there's to be a special inquiry into the government's handling of the Froome shipping deal, which flew to pieces last month amid accusations of gross ministerial misconduct. Our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan, is with the Minister for Ships, Michael Crane. He's just prized him out of an emergency meeting.
I'm with the Minister for Ships, Michael Crane.
Everything I've just said comes spewing straight back out of his stupid slab of a face.
Mr. Crane, choppy waters for the government.
Not at all, Peter. This procedure was entirely proper, and I think the inquiry will prove that the government's handling of this matter was entirely proper.
So the government's ship back on course?
Absolutely.
Back to you, Chris.
Peter, what the hell was that? This man's made a big-scale cock-up here. You let him get away with it. Now, let me speak to him. Put your earpiece next to his head and stand still. Now, Minister, there's reason to believe that you lied to the House. How do you answer that?
Well, that is a very serious and unfounded allegation, and I'll be making a statement to the House based on the preliminary inquiry next week.
A week is a long time in politics.
Rab Butler.
Shut up, Peter. Now, Minister, did you or did you not lie to the House?
I will be making a full statement to the House next
It's a simple question, yes or no. Did you or did you not lie?
As the Minister for Ships sprawls on the pin, it's back to you, Chris.
No, it isn't, Peter. He's about to answer the question. He's about to admit to lying to the House. You've let him get away again. Where's he gone?
Over there.
Well, get him back.
Over there.
He's in a cab.
Peter, you've lost the news. What are you going to say?
Sorry.
Look like you mean it. Look down at the ground and say sorry.
I'm sorry.
Peter, next time you cross the road, don't bother looking.
Sorry.
The Day Today.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Next time you cross the road, don't bother looking. It's so brutal.
I'd say... No, never mind. I was going to say use a zebra crossing, but I don't know if you have those in America.
No, we don't. Oh, no. Yes, we do. We do.
Okay, cool.
Because fact into doubt
And they're just not by that name.
won't go.
The American car company General Motors have today announced a cut in their workforce at their plant in Detroit. Our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan, is there at the moment. Peter, what's going on?
Chris, it's a mass redundancy measure. It's the biggest layoff in American industrial history. 35,000 jobs in one fell swoop. Gone.
35,000?
Yes,
Peter, there's only 25,000 people at the plant.
that's right, Chris. Mass redundancy on an unprecedented scale.
Well, would you mind telling me how the plant can function on minus 10,000 workers?
I don't know, Chris. You tell me.
I'll tell you what, Peter, you mean 3,500 workers have been sacked.
No, 35,000. It's all here.
Let me see what you've got down there.
It's 3,500. You're
Peter,
right.
I
made a
want to
mistake.
see it. I don't want to hear anything more out of your mouth. I don't believe it. Now show me your notes.
No.
Yes.
This is how you
No.
3,500.
Show me. I don't believe what you're saying. I just want to see the numbers. Now hold them up. Hold them up and keep them up. And rotate them 180 degrees in my favor. Do it. Peter, what's that?
I don't have a monitor, Chris. I can't see what
You
you're doing.
know what I'm talking about. It's just above your right eye. Yes.
A cobweb?
And how's a cobweb going to dig you out of your numerical mess?
I don't know.
Peter, you're lying in a news grave. Do you know what's written on your headstone?
News?
Peter, thank you. Peter O'Hanrahan, live in Detroit.
What did I
Day
say
Today.
your gravestone should be?
Bag
My tardiness does not indicate a lack of passion.
Yeah, I told that to Ryan this morning. My tardiness does not indicate a lack of interest.
Brit stole our arithmetic. Can't have shit in Detroit.
Oh, Christ.
piping fact into news.
The Day-to-Day 24 Live now stays with those terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Both towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked air?
I can't escape 9/11. I swear to God.
When was this made? This was like pre 9/11. They.
Was it? No. This wasn't, I don't think.
No, I'm googling this shit. It was broadcast from. When? It was only broadcast in 1994.
What?
Yeah.
This was... So this was... What? They knew... Oh my God, the Day-to-Day did 9/11. This was before... This was 7 years. There was a bombing attack at the World Trade Center in 1993. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Both towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked airliner and how does it crash? But first, our correspondent Peter O'Hanrahan is in New York at the moment. He went...
So no, this is about airliners hitting the towers specifically. Like, this... There's no way.
It says it in 94.
They really committed to the bit by actually doing 9/11.
there to cover the World Trade Organization talks due to start today at the World Trade Center. He's on the line now. Peter, where are you and what's going on?
It's a clear, crisp morning in New York, Chris. A crackle of anticipation among the delegates at breakfast. Lot at stake here. These talks could be the big yes or no for the Eastern economy.
I know what's up.
Okay, what's up?
This is like the audio version of the show, which I'm trying to work out this. Washington Trade Center. I'm trying to work this out. So this is like a DVD extra.
Okay, it's a DVD extra. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think this is like that's why it's just an audio version. Though, yeah, because it mentions here that it's an extra from the DVD where he's meant to have overslept and missed the September 11th attacks.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, you just spoiled it, but you know.
It's a clear, crisp morning in New York, Chris.
Talks due to start today at the World Trade Center. He's on the line now. Peter, where are you and what's going on?
It's a clear, crisp morning in New York, Chris. A crackle of anticipation among the delegates at breakfast. A lot at stake here. These talks could be the big yes or no for the Eastern economies.
Right, so Peter, can you tell us exactly what the situation is currently in New York?
Well, the situation, I'd say, it's eggs over easy for the Germans, eggs over not bad for the Japanese, and eggs over pretty grim for the Russians.
So the meetings are going ahead?
That's right, Chris.
And where are they being held?
Here at the World Trade Center.
You're at the World Trade Center?
Yes.
Whereabouts exactly in the World Trade Center are you?
I'm in the restaurant, the windows on the World Restaurant, Chris. Floor 107. Sipping a cappuccino.
Floor 107 no longer gives a particularly good view of New York.
Well, it does from where I'm sitting,
It's
Chris.
now part of the basement.
I think pulling my leg, Chris.
Are you near a television?
Yes. I don't
I'd like you to turn it on.
I'm going to a television in the restaurant. There's one of those.
Yes, just get on with it,
corner.
please.
Right, the television's on.
Tell me what you can see.
Well, it's quite bizarre. I'm actually looking at an image of the World Trade Center. I could almost be looking at myself if I waved.
What can you see?
Well, there's a plane in one of them. Yeah, actually, we didn't hear that. The sound insulation in these buildings is extraordinary. There is a plane that...
Keep watching, Peter.
What? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
One of the towers has collapsed. Fortunately, not the one I'm in. The one I'm in is one of the towers. The other tower, the tower I'm in is collapsing. I'm collapsing, Chris, under the sheer... I've managed... I'm out. I'm very run. I'm not there.
Where are you?
I'm in a hotel in Midtown, the Marriott, my hotel, in my room.
Why did you say you were at the World Trade Center?
Because that's where I was supposed to be this morning.
You overslept.
I slept longer than I'd anticipated.
Would you like to revise your appraisal of the situation in New York in light of what you've just gleaned?
Yes, I can, Chris.
Go ahead.
I'm a man standing at a window of his hotel room. Very grey day. A very grey day for the world, Chris. It seems like a movie.
Peter, you've added nothing. That's Peter O'Hanrahan from New York on a day which will go down as a... Be quiet!
Peter, you've added nothing.
You've added nothing.
Peter, you added nothing.
On that note,
God.
I think we should talk about our boy Bolton.
Yes, I am so ready for this. Let me... Okay, I wanna call out all of the subs real quick, and then maybe make another cup of tea for this.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, I wanted to thank Naxery as well for the 21 months. Tank Facts for the 100 bits. I'll check it out later, Tank Facts. Cerulean, thank you for the 3 months. Fate827 for the 8. Bugsy for gifting out a sub. Kippy for the 23 months. Shala for the 20. Lord Leon for the 6 months. Dragon Kitten for the 15. Feature of the Creature for 14. Hamster Zerg for 6 months. Rising Pressure for the 22. Mundrifter for the 3. Clever Corgi for the 3 as well. Plico for slapping a fiver down on the table. Healinix for the 100 bits. Tiffius for the 20 months. And then another 200 from Heal. Hello. Hina, thank you for the 7 months. Oh. Hina, if you're still here. Hina, please tell me that you're still here. Please, I want you to see what we are going to talk about today. It is incredible. Tank facts with 100 bits as well. Okay, I think this is Dracula Flow that Tank Facts was linking me to. Sotha Siltstrider for the 3. Lunar Ablaze for the 3. Gargar Finks for the 4 months. Teodiphos for the 5 months. Solbia for gifting a sub to Feces Fella. Oniti for the 14 months. Dracula Flow is as if someone resurrected Hunter S. Thompson and made him listen to the past 25 years of hip-hop.
That's perfect.
Some Spicy Lizard for the 8 months and Murky Waters for the Prime. Thank you.
Murky Waters, they are a amazing percussionist who's recording some music by me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rad.
And they might have an EP out. I need to check in on that.
Okay. Hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be right back. I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea, and then we are
subdue my dachshund because I can hear her barking in the background. I might have to bring her in here and just get her chilled out a bit. So that's good timing.
You're a little bit quiet.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking in a gentle, soothing voice. So I have to subdue my dachshund in a moment.
Yeah. If you can bring the mic any closer to you, that would be really helpful.
I'll try and crane my head further over.
We'll be right back, everyone, and then we are going to dig into, like, I could probably give you the name, and you could look things up, and it wouldn't even come close. Right, like Ryan has been.
I want people to have. I actually want to play the first video, and with no reaction, and let people try and work out what the hell's going on.
Okay. We'll be right back, everyone. Get yourself a sippy. God damn it! Wrong one. Get up, fucking stretch your dick. Get yourself a drink. God damn it. I am back. Ryan, are you there?
The dog is a maniac.
That dog gives you, like, so much stress.
She's all right. She's okay. She's a piggy. Well, let me just get a glass of water. Can I get a glass of water? Are you back on?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. Cool.
Also, by the way, thank you, Gamiac, for the 14 months. You are very charming blonde anime guy. Do you wish to RP? There was... I did see that person copy pasting, you are cute blonde anime boy, do you want to be our friend? That's not how you make friends. Just saying, by the way. It was very amusing. Friend now please, king. Friend for freedom.
I don't think it's
trying
picking up on the mic. I don't think it's picking up on the mic, but there's just like muffled dog barking coming from inside my bed. And George is just being a complete lunatic. Oh, there you go.
Oh. She sounds like a chair being dragged across the ground. Across a wooden floor.
Calm down. Oh, you're so violent today. Right, I'm holding her. Hopefully she'll be calm now. Bless you, I love you. You're such a silly animal. Hi. Did you miss me? Oh,
can you put a limiter on? Yeah, hold on. Sorry about that, guys.
I think she'll be quiet now.
No, I need to add a filter, or a limiter. Will this do? I think this'll do. Sorry about that, guys.
Bork filter. I have a
there's a limiter on now, it should be okay. And then if I check... Wait, what? Oh. Huh. It's Mary. Mary is in dog form, though.
Yes. Mary and
a retro dog, thanks for the 4 months. Okay, Ryan, did you want to get your water?
I've got my water.
Okay, good. Okay, Ryan, would you please do us the honor? Should we show this first video?
You should show the portrait of this gentleman.
The portrait. Okay. Would you like to introduce them for us?
They're a composer called Bolton Brown, but I think you should show the portrait.
Bolton Brown. Yep. Here we go. You all ready to see this fucking portrait? I'm gonna give it the cloak transition treatment. There he is. Bless.
There's all these comments about George's bark. Amazing to think that Ryan's dog is where they get the shoe squeak effects for the NBA games. It is the worst bark of any dog. She's an asshole. Well, she's not. She's lovely, but she honk. People are like, he looks cute. It's not a bad portrait. The shadow on his tie is pretty amazing, but there will be laughs to be had in this. There will be laughs.
There will be. Yes.
There will be. But I think this tale acts as a warning for us. The lighting is so harsh.
A cautionary tale.
Cautionary tale. Let's watch the video and we'll let it all 4 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll let it play through and then
okay.
We'll go from there. Look at that quality. In amazing 170p.
It is a very small video. Here we go.
Unlike its pop counterpart, where new talent is dispensed with as readily as it's welcomed, for a composer to break into the world of classical music, it is as difficult as it is rare. For one young composer, however, the buzz surrounding his latest work is getting harder and harder to ignore.
This project is a new and exciting programme of sporting music called Turning Point, where sport and music come together. I'm passionate about music and I'm passionate about sport, And since nothing has really been written for the sporting community, I've decided to put this program together.
Nothing ever.
Bolton Brown was just 10 years old when his first orchestral work was premiered. And since then, he has produced a steady output of organ, ensemble, chamber and larger orchestral pieces. But it's this latest work that's really starting to cause a stir, suggesting that it's only a matter of time before he's recognised as a major force in classical music composition.
This project is a 2-hour concert program of sporting music, which consists of an Olympic overture, an equestrian concerto for cello and a Yachtmaster symphony. Ever since London won the 2012 Olympics.
This is the music that plays in like a British comedy when someone starts playing with their dick.
Ever since London won the 2012 Olympics bid, I've wanted to write something for the Olympics. And the Olympics Overture is really a story of a young boy who goes from mischief maker to gold medalist. The piece begins in a playful mood, because as you know, all sport begins as play in childhood, and through development and training, we reach a triumphant conclusion.
Oh look, he even has a bouquet of dicks in the background.
I'm actually really jealous of his bouquet of recorders.
All sport begins as play in childhood, and through development and training, we reach a triumphant conclusion. I've grown up in the New Forest, where there are horses everywhere, and since I love the horse as an animal, it would seem an obvious choice to write a piece about it.
I love the horse as an animal. Definitely not as a lover. Definitely not as a sexual partner. As an animal, thank you very much. Not beating the horsefucker allegations.
I wrote this for cello because it's a very versatile instrument and can produce a wide range of lovely sounds.
Someone says this is foreshadowing. No, I'm afraid not.
It's horse shadowing. I have fucked a staggering 0 horses. I'm pinning that.
Yachtmaster is inspired by my own yachting experience and Britain's glorious nautical heritage. The piece is written in 4 movements: rising mist, underway, chasing the wind and crossing the line. Every yachtmaster will know what these mean and what it means to his journey.
Want to fill us in?
Inspired by his
wonder.
Olympic heroes and written in part as a tribute to the current crop of young solo round-the-world sailors, Turning Point is a body of work that clearly defines Bolton's passion for sport.
I like the yacht as a boat.
His timely observations on the world around him and his overriding desire to secure a connection between classical music and sporting achievement. A marriage he sees as blindingly obvious, yet sadly overlooked.
This country loves sport, and I'm quite frankly astounded that nothing has ever been written for the sporting community before.
Nothing, ever.
Earning praise from conductors and musicians in such hallowed quarters as the Royal Academy of Music, Turning Point offers orchestras and sponsors an unprecedented opportunity to be associated with a body of work inspired by excellence, and that is at once topical, inspirational, and, perhaps most importantly, written by a gifted composer who is first and foremost a young sportsman, keen to bring his beautifully crafted classical music into the sporting arena, and thus to a new, vibrant, and ever-changing young audience.
Do you think he actually dresses like this on the day-to-day?
My research has not yielded.
No?
So, I wanted people to watch that because you imagine you're browsing the internet, you find this. You think it's a documentary potentially.
Right.
It is made by his father. It's a fake documentary and I think it's narrated by his father as well. The guy who showed me Bolton Brown first was actually a guy who was doing some music for the Olympics, because he just Googled Olympic music.
Right.
And it's not a very popular. It's got like 200 views, 400 views or something, minuscule.
Right.
He was like, I'm pretty sure it's his dad narrating it, but it's like it's trying to sound like a documentary.
Right. Yeah.
Completely fake.
Yeah.
So when he says like the buzz around his new piece, there's no buzz. No one gives a shit.
Right. Who's talking about him?
No, exactly. And this is like to try and create the illusion, but there isn't one. And I think this is people sometimes wonder if you need to like buzz is what carries a musician through, or carries you through in any project. But like eventually you come across like people who know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And this video is remarkable because it's so bad. It's also in the wrong aspect ratio. Some people are like, I love the aspect ratio, and I was like, it's actually meant to be widescreen, but it's like it's in 4:3. That's why he's like so weird and tall.
In fact, look, the size of this it changes partway through, I think. Does it? Hold on, I think I might be mistaken.
It feels
yeah, it does. Look.
Oh yeah.
Look, the aspect ratio changes.
Because it feels like it's professionally filmed. Like the opening, it looks like a documentary you'd see not on like a terrestrial TV channel like the BBC, but like a Sky channel that had like to make a bunch of documentaries very cheaply.
Right.
But I said to you, everything he says is a complete load of nonsense. It's amazing. Like I think about 70% of this is just not true.
Wait, I think like that fucking broke me when Ryan sent me this video and then added that.
It's like you can break it down. Let's go through it and we'll break it down.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go beat by beat.
Not true. This is the man of the people, by the way, and his members of the yacht club.
I like videos as sequential images.
Members only.
Thank you, Cheese, for the 3 months. I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing a lot better than I was. My fever broke last night. I still need a rest, though.
Oh, this is the interesting part. So Scottish Cheese says the video shows the 2012 Olympics, but this video, it's at the end it says 2009 copyright. That's important. Sorry, my dog has run off and is now honking at the door because I don't know what she wants. I think she's been out.
She's like a squeaky toy.
Part where new talent is dispensed with as readily as it's welcomed. For a composer to break into the world of classical music, it is as difficult as it is rare. For one young composer, however, the buzz surrounding his latest...
So it's as difficult as it is rare. Sorry, forgive me, I got a bit distracted. Somebody was saying that my spoke detector needed new batteries, and I was like, haha. There's kind of a tautology there. It's but it's also not true. It's like I've done both. I write concert music, and I am a songwriter. And getting anything done in the songwriting world is really, really difficult. Songwriting world. Like if you write a song, getting that song played anywhere is really challenging, because like there'll be things like Fresh on the Net or stuff like that, and there'll be 200 entries for it.
Right.
Whereas you're far more likely to have a hearing as a classical composer. And stupid dog. She's still honking. I'm afraid.
Oh, it's okay.
I'd also say it's also like the idea that like just because you're a classical composer, people won't dispose of you, is also not true.
Right.
Because it's so hard to have any kind of lasting legacy as a classical composer these days, because you're so reliant on people organizing concerts for you. And if somebody leaves an ensemble who was really into your music, they'll never commission you again. They'll never play your music again.
Right.
It's really challenging.
Absolutely.
Work is getting harder and harder to ignore.
Also, no buzz.
Huh?
Maybe no buzz around the work.
No buzz.
Maybe
Yeah.
2 Bs, but definitely not 4 Bs.
Bolton Brown has gone completely ignored. Bolton Brown beat the odds and went completely ignored.
This project is a new and exciting program of sporting music called Turning Point, where sport and music come together. I'm passionate about music and I'm passionate about sport, and since nothing has really been written for the sporting community, I've decided to put this program together.
Pause it. Bollocks.
I could tell every time I brought that up, I could tell that you were like biting your tongue, no, like because you wanted to like scream that.
There were loads of pieces of it. Like there's. So we'll talk about the music in a second, but in the way his music engages in sport, there are loads of pieces. There's the Olympics overture. There's Chariots of Fire. There's the Arthur Honegger's rugby. There's a ski through the Alps and stuff. There's loads of pieces about sport. And one of the things I say is anybody out here who's ever going to have to pitch anything, because I've pitched things before, try not to sound stupid when you're pitching things. You want to sound like you have done your research, like you have like researched how many pieces about sport there have been before and how your piece differs. Saying I can't believe there aren't any pieces about sport when I can think of 3 off the top of my head.
Right.
Someone says I haven't heard a real instrument throughout this whole video. It's remarkable they invested the money in making a video like this and nothing in improving the sounds of the music. And but
you would think if it's about a composer, they'd be really concerned about the music.
Yeah.
Bolton Brown was just 10 years old when his first orchestral...
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. That's the crazy thing about this. Just on its face, it is completely wrong. Even as someone who is relatively music illiterate, like myself.
Yeah.
Like, even I know on its face that it's bullshit. And it is a claim that he repeats no less than 2 times.
Yeah, and I remember another thing to say about when you're pitching things is don't be negative. Don't tell people, like if you're going to a TV channel and they haven't got a show about art, and you're like, you guys really benefit from an art show, don't go, I can't believe you don't have an art show. You just piss them off.
Right.
And that's the worst emotion you can evoke in, like, someone you're trying to, like, pay money for your work.
Right. It's like imagine if I went and said, I can't believe there hasn't been an adequate video about Eve ever before.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, great approach, asshole.
Work was premiered. And since then,
he has produced... Sorry. Forgive me. I've only found evidence of Bolton Brown ever having one piece performed for orchestra. It said his first piece was premiered when he was 10. As far as I can find out, I think this piece was premiered when he was like 16 years old, 15 or 16.
Okay.
So I would say one thing about Bolton is like, we'll talk about this in a second. I was going to say he's actually not terrible at making music. And we'll talk about it more, but it's also just like he's not remarkable, and the inflating, damn it, what do I have to say?
Right.
The inflation of his achievements is really
right.
The dog has left the room and now she wants to come back in, so she can't because the door's closed and she's got tiny front paws. So I'm going to have to pick her up. 1 second.
Okay. I think what this reminds me of a lot is Wings of Redemption. Yeah, he's A-okay, but I'm gonna tell Ryan about this. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fucking loving this. I'm so glad that Ryan came on for this.
Inflation, poggers.
I was gonna say I was gonna draw a comparison between Bolton Brown and Wings of Redemption, where when Wings played against Syndicate, right? Like the game against Syndicate was kind of one of the first moments where that like marked Wings' downfall, sort of. it's more a marker than it is an actual important event. But like I mean, it was an important event, obviously, but I don't know that it like started his death spiral. When Wings played against Syndicate, like Syndicate was a pretty much an exclusive zombies player, which meant that, but he was very, very good at it, which meant that he was mechanically quite good. And he certainly was no stranger to PvP. So for Wings to lose against Syndicate is not that big of a deal, right? But to Wings, right, like losing was this massive thing. And he wanted to explode out his importance to much greater than it was, whereas Bolton Brown, I feel like is kind of similar in that like he wants to appear to have achieved much, even if it's not right.
So I'm not sure of what Bolton's intention was at this point. You said it's 2009, but the Olympics was 2012. But I think his intention was to try and awaken the Olympic authorities and try and be somehow involved in the Olympics. I think in his wildest dreams, or his family's wildest dreams, they imagined him in the stadium at the opening.
Right.
And they stuck with this idea for a long time. They then wanted to. We'll follow the story a little bit.
Okay.
Take us through. This is James McMillan, by the way. And I think Bolton did a lot of like open days where he could meet composers, and then he got a snap with them, because he also met my teacher Howard Scampton, and Howard is extraordinarily polite, very eloquent man, and he's like, "Oh yes, I remember Bolton. He was more intense than his music." That's devastating from Howard Scampton.
He was more intense than his music. Jesus.
He's such a gentle human being, Howard, and but yeah, he meets a lot of composers. Here's a picture of him with Peter Maxwell Davis, who's he passed away in 2019. That's how long ago this is. It feels decades ago. That some of these people he's in the photographs with are dead now, but James McMillan's still alive, I believe. No, he is still alive.
Years old when his first orchestral work was premiered. And since then, he has produced a steady output of organ, ensemble, chamber and larger orchestral pieces. But it's this latest work that's really starting to cause a stir.
Cause a stir.
He stands like a homeschooled kid. I can't explain it. I can't explain
his
it.
grandparents' house. That's sweet. I'd love that. If my friend did a project with a family, like a really musical family from Poland, because he's Polish. He's Polish himself, and I'm sure he met him for like the UK Polish Society or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they just played concerts in their house like every week, and he did a piece with them and then filmed it in their house, and it's like one of the nicest pieces I've ever seen. Yeah, that sounds like a really sweet idea. Unfortunately, that just never happened. That's the thing. There's so much you can do if you have the money to make a documentary like this with footage and interview. You have the money to do so much with music.
Right. I know where I've seen this posture before. Church.
See, I wouldn't know.
Church. When I went to church, I saw kids like this, standing like this, all the time. Anyone here who had a Christian childhood, you've seen people stand like this.
And larger orchestral pieces. But it's this latest work that's really starting to cause a stir.
Yep.
Suggesting that it's only a matter of time before he's recognised as a major force in classical music composition.
Ha!
It's funny. Sometimes
that's the least true thing ever said. Only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time. I was gonna say, sometimes I say things that I worry are gonna be taken offensively or something, and then chat's just like, "You're right." It always sort of takes me off guard. This stream is the most recognition he's ever gotten.
No, that's literally true. This stream and Andy Ingemel's piece in the Cultural Olympiad, which mentions him in the program note, are the most recognition he's ever received. He was in the Cultural Olympiad. That's the thing. We'll find out more, but let's carry on.
Okay.
This project is a 2-hour concert program of sporting music, which consists of an Olympic overture, an equestrian concerto for cello, and a Yachtmaster symphony.
I'm sorry, I just... It's penis music.
Ever since London won the 2012 Olympics bid, I've wanted to write something for the Olympics. And the Olympics overture is really a story of a young boy who goes from mischief maker to gold medalist.
It sounds like off-brand Banjo-Kazooie.
Mm.
That's what it makes me think of.
I think what I understand about music as well, this is what I'm really aware of, is for it to be effective music, it has to make you... I guess you might want to listen to this again after you called it penis music. But for me, like, you have to understand, most people hear music in passing, and for them to pick it up at all is a really remarkable thing, and it only happens with really good music. So for something to be competent and not sound terrible is not enough. It has to it has to spark something. It has to be haunting or mysterious. And this track particularly is very poor. It doesn't really make me feel anything. It's meant to be this like journey from a mischief maker to someone who can win a gold medal.
Right. And instead it sounds like a mobile game ad.
It needs to be on the next Mafia City.
That's how composition works.
The piece begins in a playful mood, because as you know, all sport begins as play in childhood, and through development and training.
That's the one true thing he said.
Mm.
And I would say music begins with play as well. Composition begins with play. And
yeah, all art does.
Yeah, it starts as play, and that's he doesn't actually make that connection, but that's the connection I would make if I was making music for sport.
I mean, even science backs this up. The idea that like play is a way for like developing human minds to explore ideas and experiences in a safe place. This is always how I feel about art. In general, I feel like art at its best is a safe place to explore difficult emotions and experiences. That's how I feel anyway, right? Like when I am taking Eve, I am taking this thing when I'm taking a topic for down the rabbit hole, I'm taking a topic that maybe is like very intense for people, and sort of like experiences that have been very intense for people are things that are really fascinating and massive, and putting them in a fishbowl.
Yeah, and one thing I would say as well is I'm not sure how old Bolton is. He seems to be older than they actually say he is. I think they're like fudging the numbers a little bit, because I don't think he wrote a piece when he was 50. Like, I don't think he wrote the piece as they say he wrote when he was 15 or 10. Because if you wrote a piece like that's 5 years old, you don't submit it for a competition 5 years later.
Right.
Because you develop so much.
Right. Yeah. Like you want to be like, nah, I can do better this time.
Like
most
I
can do better
when I enter competitions, I'm like putting my most up-to-date stuff in it. I'm sometimes even writing pieces, especially in mind, to submit them in the competition, because competitions are really funny as well, because some people respond really well to some judges will respond particularly well to certain kinds of music. There are some tracks like when I did I won a competition. I was at the International Young Composers meeting, and I won the NGO prize. And I was doing a piece for an orchestra called the Orchestier Prize, a Dutch orchestra. And I think I always thought of that as like one of the 3 prizes you want to get as a composer. Like somebody mentioned the Grammys, and the Grammys aren't actually considered very desirable. But you want like the Takamitsu prize, you want the Kaldiamas prize, and you like want a prize at the Young Composers meeting.
Right.
And I remember with the piece of Orchestra Prize, a very rough but very sort of muscular, powerful ensemble. They won't time things perfectly, but they will really get into a piece with like a groove. They'll get into a piece with like cool rhythms. They'll get a piece with like a driving melody.
Oh my god! Sorry, I just realized the Grammys, like YouTube Rewind is like the Grammys for YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Continue.
Takamitsu prize is a good prize. Somebody's saying I love me some Takamitsu. Yeah, he's awesome. I studied with a Japanese composer called Joe Kondo as well. There's a picture, if you Google Joe Kondo, there's a picture of him and Takamitsu together. But Takamitsu prize is really funny because it's one prize I think of. Some prizes are really up themselves, and they will be like, they'll award first and second prize. No, they'll award second and third prize, but not first. And they'll be like, nobody reached the required standard to get a first prize this year.
Which is pretty based.
It's a bit douchey though. As I was talking to a guy who did an organ competition, he got joint second or something, and they were like, nobody reached the required level to be first.
Which is pretty, like, it's maybe a bit of a jackass thing, but it's pretty principled.
It's principled,
at the very least.
It's like, come on. It's like people who enter competitions and get through to the finals are at pretty high standard writing music. It's not easy. I'm talking about my own price again, and I'm always really embarrassed. I noticed there's a weird thing that comes up if you type my name in chat and it like says award-winning composer, and I'm just like, oh god. But you have to get through.
Composer.
You have to get through to the last 16, and there were like hundreds of people who entered. So when you get through to that last 16, that's still quite a high level. And it's difficult because like you have to do a piece with an orchestra and you have to rehearse it in like an hour. So like it's really difficult like to get a piece up to a really high standard then. So I'm always erring on the side of leeway, you know.
No, absolutely. I get what you're saying. Or you could go the Bolton Brown route and do it all in Muse score. Just do the preview in Muse score and record it.
He's had pieces played before, theoretically. So as a listener, why aren't we hearing those rather than like this?
Right. I think it's because these are the actual pieces he wants to show.
Those are the pieces he actually wants to show. I think also because there's one other piece. And it's like an old piece, which is not as good as these ones. Even though it's 5 years old. Sorry, forgive me.
There you
Conclusion.
go.
I've grown up in the New Forest where there are horses everywhere, and since I love the horse as an animal, it would seem an obvious choice to write a piece about it.
Fred, we need to have a conversation. I said to you, this is one clip I showed you, and I said, he's dressed like Foggy Dewhorse. Dewhorse. Foggy Dewhurst from Last of the Summer Wine. And you're like...
Foggy Dewhorse.
It's because I looked at chat and they're all spamming haunts.
Haunts. Yeah, do you have BTTV installed?
BT what's
BT? Better Twitch.tv.
No.
Basically so the reason everyone is typing haunts is because there's an associated emote with it that will show if you have the extension.
Oh, I will look into that as a matter of urgency.
It's a real, it's a picture of a real piss cutter.
That's great. So yeah, Foggy Dewhurst from Last of the Summer Wine, which is the most obscure reference they ever made to you, and you knew exactly who I was talking about.
I can explain the reason that I knew who Foggy Dewhurst was because PBS has a tendency to buy licenses to like some British comedies and air them in the US. Like I think they can get them for pretty cheap. And so they'll air them pretty regularly. And my mom really enjoys Last of the Summer Wine.
That's so bizarre. Google Foggy Dewhurst. Google it now and show the people exactly what we're talking about.
Here we go. Oh, there's a fandom.com page for Foggy Dewhurst. Here he is.
Dressed exactly like him.
Give me a sec.
He's got a walking stick and everything.
Here he is. It's so accurate. He's dressed exactly like him. Same cane.
Same trousers.
It's the same cane that like curls farther than 180 degrees back.
But Last of Summer Wine is a comedy from the 70s. It went through from like 1970 to 2000 and something. It had
things I've shoved up me arse. Hockey stick handle. Glass jar. Umbrella handle. Foggy Dewhurst's cane. Continue.
I'm trying to explain about Last of Summer Wine, Fred. The people want to know.
Coins. Pens.
It was a show about old people from the 1970s through to 2010 or something. And it's called Last of the Summer Wine because they're retired and they just mess around in the Yorkshire Dales. It had Peter Sellers in it, who was not Peter Sellers, Peter Sallis, who was the voice of Wallace from Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah, that's kind of his claim to fame in America.
Wallace, who's permanently damaged my body image. Thanks, Fred. When I look in a mirror, I see myself as somewhere between what I actually look like and Wallace from Wallace and Gromit.
I think I might have dealt a blow to Ryan unintentionally. Hold on, may I pull it up? Would you kill me if I pulled it
I would
up again?
kill you. You can show them what Wallace looks like, and
okay,
and then you can tell them what you did to me.
I'm gonna show them the meme. So there's a meme. Let me see if I can find it.
You can bring up the meme. I hate that picture of me. It's a really bad picture of me.
It's to be fair, like I feel like that's just how pictures are sometimes.
There are better pictures of me because there's only one picture of you.
I've got it. Oh no, there are a few. There aren't very many though. So there's this meme. I'm a little bit drunk right now, but I'm laughing my ass off because Wallace is literally the most sexless being ever brought into creation. Look at him. On a fuck scale of 0 to 10, he is easily a -30. He is nothing. He is a man in a sweater vest who eats cheese. He's like a Mormon fantasy. And I saw this and I'm like, wait a minute.
That's pre-beard, Ryan. That's when you can
right.
I have no chin.
Yeah, Ryan
I have
literally.
I have a mid chin.
What? You have a chin? No, you have what? You have quite a chin.
Yeah,
the
beard helps me though. It like hides how tubby I am.
Ryan is literally the most sexless being ever. It's not a great photo. I'm sorry.
Somebody made fun of me. He said that was from the Young Composers meeting,
right,
and,
right.
Like we were goofing around, and the other guy who won it was a guy called. He won another prize called Rocher. He's from South Africa, and we looked like the two members together. They put our photos together for the press pack.
Mm-hmm,
these are two winners, and the guy commented like, "Love to see the Chemical Brothers winning some prizes," and like. Between us, we look like the two members of the Chemical Brothers. And I showed it to my mum. I showed a picture of the guy from the Chemical Brothers who looks like me. I can't remember his fucking name. And she was like, "That's a really weird photo of you, Ryan." And I was like, "No, are you joking right now?" She's like, "No, it's just that you don't look like yourself in that photo." And I was like, "That's not me, Mum. That's a man who's 10 years older than me, who's in the Chemical Brothers." Because like Rocher has long blonde hair. There's like a member of the Chemical Brothers with like blonde hair, and there's a guy who looks with short hair looks a bit like more. Ryan, you don't need to put yourself down so much. You look handsome. I don't know anymore.
No, you are a handsome man.
Oh, thank you.
It is true. Like I'm taking the piss with this, but you are quite handsome.
Somebody clip Fred calling me handsome.
Use it as blackmail.
I'll play it every time I tuck myself into bed and just be like, "Oh."
I thought you were going to say I'll play it every time I tug myself in bed. Hold on, wait, we have music for this.
The horse as an animal.
Do you think I get in trouble if I made this a sound redeem penis music?
Ever since London won the...
I mean, I don't think you will get in trouble.
No. It would be funny. I feel Thomas Kincaid kind of music. Fuck, that's accurate. It's the Thomas Kincaid of music. Yeah. Fuck.
Poor guy.
Ever since London won the 2012 Olympics bid.
God, that's accurate. Thomas, hold on. You know, like, I wonder if I could find the full piece.
No, I've tried so hard to find full pieces.
Fuck. Damn it.
I really want to hear the music. I want to actually be able to give an assessment of the music, a fair assessment.
Right.
Poor guy. Dressed him up as an old man. Bullies dressed him up, stole his clothes, and made him dress as Foggy Dewhurst.
He's making waves with music that nobody can find.
I know, that's the thing.
Where there are horses everywhere.
I'm sorry, Fred. I'm just switching, but it's like, you can't ever find his music, even when like it was 2012. You couldn't find his music.
Mm-hmm.
It just wrecks my mind. This is not how you do things.
So, to be clear, in my photographs, you know, I take photographs. Like usually, if you see me in a photo, right? It's not like I have very many photos of me. I don't exactly pose for many, but. When you see a photo of me, frequently it's in argyle and like a corduroy jacket. That is just one of my day-to-day. If I'm going out, that's what I'm gonna wear, right? Like a scarf and a like corduroy jacket and an argyle.
Like corduroy and argyle is very, very close to the. If you wore a wax jacket and a farmer cap and Wellingtons. You blend in.
Yeah. I could be a cast member on Last of the Summer Wine. I don't mind being like, I don't mind dressing old.
That's fine, but they're talking about how young he is all the time, and he looks like the oldest person you've ever seen. He looks like Button. It's like he's aged in reverse, and now he's going through his like retired old man stage where he like bollocks people in the street. For like, you know, sticking gum on the ground or something. I don't know. What do old people do? Summer white twink, somebody says.
And since I love the horse as an animal, it would seem an obvious choice to write a piece about it.
I love that line.
That's also a terrible line. It seems an obvious choice to make a piece about it. It's not like I'm really passionate. I think like the majesty of the horse and the sound it makes that gallops by. This is crap, by the way, but you just imagine. I'm feigning passion about a horse. You know?
Right? Yeah. Like
it feels. Yeah, go on.
This isn't the way that someone who loves horses talks about horses. I think is the point you're trying to make, right?
It just feels like he doesn't really love anything. Because he's going to talk about the Yachtmaster Symphony in a second, and it's like the sea's got this like really emotional characteristic to it. It's like this constant ebb and flow, this sound, the sound of the rocks, the sand, which is maybe, you know, taken decades to create.
Mm.
The moon and the way it shimmers on the sea, the swell. It's really powerful. And like Benjamin Britten, he's a great British composer. You know, when he did the Peter Grimes, you know, there's that elements in the work, and saying it seemed an obvious choice to make a piece about a horse because I like horses. It feels like it sounds like a good reason, but not in this presentation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
He's not being flippant. He's trying to be convincing.
Right. I guess like, so for example, like for Down the Rabbit Hole, right? Like we pick Eve as the topic, right? Like we as a team pick Eve.
Yeah.
Like we decide that's what we want to do. We can say Eve is an obvious choice for Down the Rabbit Hole, sure. But then we go into why, because it's obvious for us, because we're the ones who make it. It might not always be, it might not always be obvious to everyone, right? So like explain it, right? Like someone who's excited about it will want probably want to share it.
Yeah, and the thing
especially if you're especially if you're an artist, because as an artist you want to share.
Yeah.
Right.
I think one of the things I latched on about Eve was the majesty. The battles look so spectacular.
Right.
And that's why some of the tracks are like 50 organ tracks overlaid. So I wanted something that felt just enormous.
Right.
And
they're so large that they're incomprehensible.
Yeah. And they're beautiful. The music video to the Prisoner Cinema song. There's a bit where Luke did put a sound in it, and it was really cool. And he says it sounds like Animal Collective right now, but I promise it won't by the end. He sent me this email, and there's a bit where you get 3 beams. They come across the screen, and they're perfectly symmetrical. And I lined up the sound when it came in perfectly with those beams coming on because they were so spectacularly beautiful. And it's a really gorgeous game. It's really beautiful, and that's just immediately what I latched onto.
This is the worst copy pasta in chat I've ever seen. Twink looks dapper, Ryan looks cool, penis music, I can't think of a rhyme.
Give it time.
Also, welcome in Scrotacular. Ryan, I think that Bolton Brown is passionate about one thing.
And a Yachtmaster Symphony. Since London.
I want to use that little bit just as a euphemism for penis from now on.
Maybe it can become the new sensor noise on your screen if you put them on a VOD.
Oh yeah.
It's would you shut the
Would you use it every time I start talking about methamphetamine?
It would seem an obvious choice to write a piece about it.
Bolton Brown sounds like a bowel movement.
I wrote this for cello because it's a very versatile instrument and can produce a wide range of lovely sounds.
That is the most generic thing to say about a cello
I don't
ever.
want to nitpick though. It's it makes those things also mean the same thing. It's versatile and it makes a wide range of sounds. Is it versatile in the way that you can use it to stab somebody with the spike on the bottom? You can cut your vegetables on it.
Well, I mean, there was a character in Blood Plus who used a cello case as a weapon.
I feel like I don't want to be too nitpicky, but at the same time, when I put things on video, I really think about what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. That was a deep cut, by the way. If someone recognizes what I'm talking about, that'd be impressive.
We're interlacing.
I decided to use the cello because it's really only good at making one sound.
Yachtmaster is inspired by my own yachting experience and Britain's glorious nautical heritage. The piece is written in 4 movements: rising mist, underway, chasing the wind, and crossing the line. Every yachtmaster will know what these mean and what it means to his journey.
When you call your second skipper a slur.
I'm writing a piece about gaming. And the first movement is first person shooter. The next one is moving around. Anyone who plays video games will know what these mean.
Inspired by his Olympic heroes and written in part as a tribute to the current crop of young solo round-the-world sailors, Turning Point is a body of work that clearly defines Bolton's passion for sport, his timely observations on the world around him, and his overriding desire to secure a connection between between classical music and sporting achievement. A marriage he sees as blindingly obvious, yet
I'm sorry. I think it just like passed by me, but with what we've been talking about again, it's just like it's so obvious. Why doesn't anyone else see it?
Yeah. There's fucking loads of pieces. And here's the thing, it would be amazing if it was like done. Sorry, I'm leaning away from the microphone. But if it's done in a really cool way. And like when the Cultural Olympia came around, you had loads of people like my teacher Joe Cutler did a piece where it was a string quartet and 4 ping pong players, and it sounds like it would be kind of shit, but it was actually amazing because ping pong balls are really light, so they could just like you'd be sat there listening to a string quartet, and suddenly a guy would just like pout a ping pong ball and it would hit you in the head, and it would just bounce up because it was nothing, and it became this like really cool interactive pieces where just like I dare say with this chat, balls were flying everywhere. But balls were clip it, do whatever you want with it. Fuck it, just run with that. But it interacted with the music in a way that was more profound than just a piece of music about music. A piece of music about sport. Sorry.
I think these establishing shots really don't help him either, because I think depending on the person, these sorts of shots, this sort of B-roll can be useful, but I think it depends a lot on like their natural facial expression. And I think that Bolton Brown, he always looks like he's about to talk to you and be subtly racist doing so. I can't explain it. Right? Like British race, like he won't intend for it. It just will be there.
A marriage he sees as blindingly obvious, yet sadly overlooked.
This country,
like he looks like he's going to walk up to you and talk about how impressed he is that Indian people can handle spicy food and he just can't.
Yep.
That kind of subtly racist thing.
Achievement. A marriage
just nothing with any substance either.
He sees as blindingly obvious, yet sadly overlooked.
This country loves sport, and I'm quite frankly astounded that nothing has ever been written for the sporting community before.
Pause it, Fred! Pause it! He's so angry. He's so angry with people like me for not writing pieces about sport. Right?
You know, when I'm doing research for Down the Rabbit Hole, if I think to myself, why hasn't anyone done this before? I don't go, wow, they're all stupid. I go, well, maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not a genius because I thought of something immediately that nobody else ever thought of. If it's that obvious, someone probably did think about it. And either it is not as good of an idea as I thought, or I just haven't found the person who did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really weird... if you think about what the purpose is, I think of it as a promotional film. Like, you telling people your idea is blindingly obvious.
Yeah, it's supposed to play his intelligence up.
Yeah. So I also wanted to point out that this is canned cheering. It absolutely... you can hear it's like a sample of people cheering. This is the only concert I've ever seen. I know of him having music played in, and this cheering is canned.
Astounded
because
that
I
nothing
assume
has
the
ever been
recording wasn't great.
Right.
You know,
for the sporting community.
It's also bigger than it actually would have sounded in real life.
Before.
Earning praise from conductors and musicians in such hallowed quarters as the Royal Academy of Music, Turning Point offers all...
Right, that guy. So he used to be master of Queen's Music, and then I think he passed away a few years ago, 4 years ago now. I'm sure these pictures are from like open days or like taster sessions, or there to support Somebody's asking if this is satire. Unfortunately, no. It
No,
becomes
this is
really
not
obvious
satire.
it's not satire because there was more to this story.
Oh my god, there's so much, you guys. Like, we're gonna be here a while longer. We're gonna go longer than 3 hours.
Okay, yeah, carry on. Peter Maxwell Davis.
But
Mention.
yes, like this isn't a photo taken because he was working with them. This is like,
No.
This gives the vibe of someone who went to a concert, a rock concert, and took a photo with one of the musicians and was like, "Did you know that I'm friends with this artist? Did you know I'm friends with Claudio Sanchez? Like, did you know we're really good friends? Look at this photo of us." And it's like just them, like they had paid a bunch of money for backstage tickets.
There are a lot of musicians like this. I remember I had a. This is. I don't tell people what I do generally. Like if people ask me what I do, I'm like, oh, I work in the entertainment industry or something like that. Something
Ryan, we all know that this is what you do.
I like the way you've got it mentally time-stamped. But I had a dishwasher repairman come round, and there was like a problem with the electrics on the dishwasher, so it was fucked basically. And he came in and he said, "There's a problem with the electrics. We tried a magic punch," and he like gently punched it.
Right.
And he's like, "It's still not working. It's never going to work. You need to order a replacement." I was like, "Great." And he's like, "Nice guitar you got over there. I do want to play that." And he talked to me for nearly 2 hours about all the concerts he'd done. Because he had discovered that I was a musician and all these people he'd known, and I said nothing during my work day. Brian works in the air quotes entertainment industry. I don't know what I generally just go, oh, I do some work for, you know, I don't really try and I generally try not to tell people what I do.
Right.
But this guy, he had like a silver, not a silver fox. That's an old woman. He had a pet fox. He kept in a room in his house which was full of sand, and he smoked like a chimney, and so he smelled a combination of like fox and cigarette smoke.
And foxes don't smell good, to my knowledge. I think people are like, "Oh my god, I want a fox as a pet," and then like they don't realize.
Silver fox is gender neutral. Okay, sorry. I love that. Yeah, foxes in like that's the one thing I'm scared of is George ever finds something a fox has done and tries to roll in it. Because she's that like she will just sometimes find a piece of grass she likes and she'll just be like, "And I'm rolling in the grass," and that's fine. Not the fox poo, please.
No.
It was awful. I can't. There's something I don't know. I don't know if that's only common in the music industry where people like have such a high stature and to have worked with them is like an immense honor. But for me, it just doesn't equate to anything meaningful. You know, these people. I know loads of people who have worked with loads of like really well-known people, but it doesn't hugely influence their own careers.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go out and find some grass that Bolton Brown has rolled in, and I'm gonna roll in it so I can smell like Bolton Brown.
He probably smells fine, to be fair.
He looks decently groomed.
Mahogany.
Mm-hmm.
And
offers orchestras and sponsors an unprecedented opportunity to be associated with a body of work inspired by excellence. And
I like the implication that the work itself is not excellent, but it is inspired by excellence.
Just trying to unpick the quote. Sorry, go on, Fred.
No, it's okay.
Associated with a body of work inspired by excellence, and that is at once topical, inspirational, and, perhaps most importantly, written by a gifted composer who is first and foremost a young sportsman, keen to bring his beautifully crafted classical music into the sporting arena.
Literally, the least important part of it is that the most important is that it's good.
Yes. But this is the thing they constantly come back to is how young he is, and he's not actually that young. He's at the youngest, I think, 16, right? And in 2 years, like, you're going to university to study with professional musicians.
Right. I don't know. Being young is important in sports and porn and anything else. Like, and the latter is questionable.
Well, it's because of Mozart, though. It's because people used to like obsess with Mozart, and he like wrote his first music when he was 5, and it's like, yeah, but it's not very good. Like this,
right?
You know, like Mozart probably did good music when he was about this age, but he'd been writing music since he was 5, and he'd been writing a lot of music. He'd been writing like a lot of pieces. I think it's one of the most dangerous things the music industry does is like get really obsessed at how young people are. It is very, very challenging to get good at music. It's very difficult, but you can do that at any age, and I think it puts like a lot of undue pressure on a lot of young people. People like if they don't get like any recognition before 20, just give up. You know?
I think there are only a few places where this is true. I feel. I think a lot of people feel like, oh, I didn't get big in my 20s. Like I didn't do it. Like I didn't gain recognition in my 20s or in my teens. It's over. It's Jover.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. When realistically, the only places where that kind of thing actually matters is like sports. Right, like gymnastics, maybe.
But I think that's an illusion as well, because like I'm watching this is snooker UK championship.
It's not all sports, right? It's definitely not all sports. It depends on the sport. Like for some sports, the reason I bring up gymnastics is because like all of the champions are early 20s. Chess also, just because you need so much time to get good at it, and then like once you start to reach your 40s ish, that's when like cognitive ability starts, like snappiness of cognitive ability starts to decay. Although there are plenty of great grandmasters who like people tend to peak in their 30s, and so you got to start early. Although I think that there might be a little bit of bias there too, because there are some really great older players, Gary Kasparov among them.
Well, I was going to say, like, if you watch the snooker now, like Ronnie O'Sullivan's, I don't know who's. There's a game tonight. There's a UK Championships on right now, which is probably the third biggest championship in the snooker calendar. Ronnie O'Sullivan's like 48 now, and he's won so much, but also because he started when he won his first championship at 17, so he's been playing for 30 years now. So naturally, he's won more championships than everybody else. He started early and he's played late on, and he's maintained a decent standard. So I think it can give a bit of an illusion, because there are players who will suddenly break through in their like 40s and do really well and win a big event. But obviously they naturally at that point will win less because they are older.
And thus to a new, vibrant and ever-changing young audience.
Symphony.
I'm sorry.
But I somehow stopped sharing the screen. I don't know how to use Discord.
Did it?
No, it glitched out for a second. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Forgive me.
You're good.
Yes, the last chord is amazing. Oh, it's still glitched out on my end, Fred. I don't know. I can't. He's like frozen of him walking down a path. Can you fiddle with it so it works better? You made it full screen, and then when you stop making it full screen, it just.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll restart it.
Thank you.
Here you go. Boop. There you go.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Penguinizer. You can take up music at any point in your life. Like, it's never too late to start music.
I would say one of the things I would say is Bolton's a great example of this, because there's this feeling that he's better than everybody. He's an innately a genius. so he doesn't receive a lot of help from other people. I would try and find a good teacher. It really helps you get off to a good start at the very least. That's what I'd say.
Yeah. Mm. Ryan actually does composition lessons, if anyone's looking. And you do have slots right now, right?
I do have a couple of slots, yeah.
You have a couple. Okay, not many, but just FYI, Ryan does do teaching.
One of my students went to university, so now I've got one slot.
Okay.
One or two slots, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so just a couple of slots. I want to jump on that if you're interested. Also, Ika Pika, thanks for the 17 months. I do not mind you tuning in, whether like how much you tune in. Doing IT thesis on Arduino based IoT. Oh wait, god damn it! Yeah. Doing a PhD in sex toys. Enjoying yourself? I think I meant Arduino. So, yeah, this sure is a thing.
It's a thing like this. It's a very strange. And there's also, I've never been able to find it, but there is a DVD they show of his piece Mars being performed. There are clips of Mars being performed, but I've never heard a proper piece by him being performed. The clips I have had is okay. There is some music. The next things in the Google Drive I sent you is music, and I think we should listen to him because he is a competent composer.
Okay.
But when people say competent, somebody mentioned it as competent. It feels like, you know how the room's like competently made,
right?
But it's not quite right.
Right.
That's what it is.
Okay, here let's listen to the Yacht Master Symphony. What we have of it.
Samples of it. There's like a minute of it. It's unfortunate.
Okay. Yeah, this is MIDI.
Yeah.
That's all we have of that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The material that's like actually got energy and is exciting and so abruptly with that like big chord, and then it like hits this thing that sounds like it was written by like a scuffed handle from the sort of 1730s.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the biggest trouble young composers have is managing form.
Right.
And you know, when you go to university, it's what the teachers will bang on about. It's like your pieces need to have like considerations for form. You can't just jump into an idea. You can't just take an idea and like not do anything with it. You have to actually have a piece with some continuity. And that's the issue, I think, is the pieces are competently put together. They're okay. They have some clumsy writing. But they seem to not be particularly well put together. It's a little bit hard to tell because it's only a minute. Somebody says, "Am I going to hear a motif at any point?" They are a little bit like dull as well. They don't jump out in terms of, you know, and also they're an orchestral work as well, so they're kind of very the sound of them's quite well explored. They live in a very explored sound world. They don't use electronics or anything, so they're very middling. What I'd say is I think when you go to university or a conservatoire to study music, you give a portfolio over. And I think the reason I got into university was because I was really passionate to learn. I think I was very green. I'd only been writing music for maybe 2 years when I went to university, and because I suddenly discovered I really wanted to be a composer. And I did an interview with Jeremy Blake. If anybody's ever watched that, I talk about how I heard a piece by Beethoven and it inspired me to want to write music. And but I think because I was very passionate to learn, I was very clear I was excited to learn whatever they could teach me. And I was also showing some progress in my pieces. I was like, this is the oldest piece. This is the second. This is the most recent, not the most recent piece, but this is the most recent piece here. And they showed a clear progression. The newest one was more original. It was more sensitive. It was more, it had better use of form. They were like, this guy's, worth giving a shot to. I have this feeling like I think writing 2 hours of music like this, even though it is competently done, I don't know if it would get you into a composition course because I don't know if it shows growth in itself. Does that make sense?
Right.
It sounds very similar in sound and form and subject. And also, I don't think Bolton would ever come across as someone willing to learn.
Right. He feels like, oh, I'm the genius young composer who doesn't have anything left to learn. I just need to be put in front of an audience, so that people can see my greatness.
Well, the implication is they think he should be one of the centerpieces of the London Olympics.
Right.
And there's a country full of composers of every generation.
Right.
There's a second one, I think, as well, Fred.
Yeah, there is. I just wanted to say, Scottish Chi, thank you for the 2 months. They say he looks like Harry Potter's Gimp brother. Yeah, all right.
Is that law? Does Harry Potter have a brother?
Oh, I mean, he has a cousin. Like
Not the same
Dudley.
Thing, Fred.
I don't think he has a sibling. Also, Sausage Cough. I think like the thing that makes him special is he is the son, the only child of like the Potters, right? These great magicians. Sausage Coffee, thank you for the 4 months. This music sounds like it's written by a guy who doesn't move his cane in sync with his legs when he walks. Fuck. That is a powerful insult. Holy hell.
That's brutal, yeah.
That's brutal. Okay, we have the...
Excuse me.
All right, everyone, are you ready for Hans music? I like the melody on the violin a lot.
I think it's cello.
It's cello, yeah. Excuse me. It goes too low. They kind of overlap a little bit in their range.
They're massively, yeah. But here's the issue, Fred. I can't work out whether it is good or not because I think it's very much kind of stuck in the Romantic era.
Yeah.
One of the things you look for as well is a bit of a sign that you've moved on. And you're like exploring more modern compositional techniques, because if you listen to Peter Maxwell's Davis's music, who he was in the photograph with, it's very radical. It's very it mixes elements of Scottish music. Peter Maxwell Davis became very interested in Scottish music, so it has like bagpipes in it and stuff. But it also has like can be very dissonant and very complex. His music,
right?
Depending on the piece, some of the pieces are a little bit more tonal and a little bit more familiar.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also like, it's okay. It's okay,
Yeah.
It's not, and it's also hard to tell because it's MIDI. So loads of stuff that works on MIDI won't work with an orchestra.
Right.
And I can't look at the score. That's the problem. If I could look at the score, I could go, well, that would be really shockingly bad because they can't play that dynamic at that tessitura.
Right.
If you ask some players to play a pitch that's low, so dynamic, they can't manage it because their instruments don't naturally play that pitch well.
Right.
Why are they MIDI? Why are they MIDI vote? I mean, that's the thing. If I was going to spend the money to make a documentary, a couple of documentaries, several documentaries, I would have invested some money in making the music sound good. Because you could get a film music guy to like use his piano instruments or whatever to make the sound much better.
Okay, I'm happy.
Fred, is it time? What? Is it time for the next video?
I see what you're skipping, Ryan. You showed this to me. You chose to skip it.
What? What did I skip? I might come back to it later.
Okay. I wanted to say, by the way, thanks for the 100 bits, Madam Ghosty. They asked, did you see Mike watch the Catalina collection? Yeah, Mike was watching porn on stream without the porn. Like it was porn with all of the sex cut out. Also, Donald IV, thank you for the 5 months. By the way, we are in Partner Plus now. Just FYI. Just seeing the Prime reminded me. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, L. We're learning about one of the most obscure things ever. Here we go. Okay, I'm ready for the next video. I'm pulling it in.
Oh.
So, do I need any context for this, or should we just jump in?
I think we can jump in, and we might... I don't know if you want to play the whole thing, but
okay.
I think what I want to draw attention to is I think the first one was made by a professional company, but this one's clearly made by a professional company with a bigger budget, and they ruin everything. It's amazing how like Film Brain takes over here, and it's complete insanity breaks loose.
Okay. I'm excited. Oh yeah, that's some Windows Movie Maker shit. One musical prodigy. Oh yeah. This makes me feel like the company that they hired for the first one knew that they had to rein it in a little bit. But when they're left to their own devices, it's just absolute like auto fellatio.
Yeah.
Who's Bolton Brown? Great question.
He's getting his ass kicked in this mountain. So yeah, you see there the Cultural Olympiad. You don't invite yourself into the Cultural Olympiad. You are invited as a successful artist with a promising project to be part of the Cultural Olympiad. And I think four of my teachers were. My teacher Howard did a piece for church bells, which is to ring in the Olympics. Joe did his piece Ping, which is about ping pong. Michael did like a Greek opera about a Olympiad, a marathon runner, and it was with a moving stage. So when you were sat in a seat and you moved with the race, and you chased the runner along this whole huge hallway, it was absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, my other teacher Richard Corsden, I don't know what piece he did. He did a piece for orchestra, and I caught like the last 5 minutes of him talking about it, but it seemed to be more like a concert piece when the others were sort of more involved in sport.
Mm. World record for youngest composer?
This is where Music Olympics begins, right here at the Royal Albert Hall in London. England has achieved a world record. We have just written 2 hours of new sport music for the orchestra. Now we want to challenge other nations to do the same. It is time to get physical with music. In order to do this, you must be able to conduct an entire evening.
I think it's time to watch and just try and comprehend.
Okay, just him saying like we have set a world record for making 2 hours of music about it. This reminds me of a Homestar Runner bit.
I don't think that's actually the record he's referring to. Because this video is meant to tell you what he's doing, and it just confuses me.
Here we go. I found it. I found the strong bad email. Hold on.
Yes, I know this.
Here we go. You know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. Here we go. This is what it reminds me of.
They do not wear shorts.
So, Cozy, what kind of wonderment do you have in store for us? That's not shower related.
Well, I'm gonna set the world record for putting 9 pieces of chewed gum up on my face and singing the I'm Just Me song and hopping around on 1 foot.
Coach!
I'm just me, can't you see? I'm just a silly little bumblebee.
Oh, please stop. Look, you can't just make up some random crap that no one else will ever do and call that a record. Count Longardo would not stand for it.
I'm just me, can't you see? I'm just a silly little bumblebee. What is Redneck Man? Call a dead possum lying in the middle of the road. Probably sushi.
But this is how this not this. This is how this feels.
Just show that one more time.
I went to the wrong tab.
Close the tab, Fred.
No, I might need it later. By the way, I want you to know that this file is called Ryan Sexpert.
Oh dear.
This file is called Ryan Sexpert on my disk.
How can I get you to delete? How can I delete something on your computer?
Viruses.
The Steam matrix. Get into the pipes.
Concert of your own sport music. What we will provide is a level playing field to record, premiere, and reinterpret your sport music program worldwide.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Mooney. First horse is now music. This man keeps accidentally implying he's fucking things.
For the first time in the UK, music sales have increased this year due to digital downloads. It is now time for sport and music to work together in concert. Because I'm a composer and I practice these Olympic sports myself, I know that tone enables movement to be heard. In fact, every 4 years, we can create new combinations of sport music to celebrate this, whether it be for the summer, winter, or even the youth game.
Oh my god, wait a minute. I think he's wearing a lapel mic and it's fallen into his jacket.
I think
that's
little
what
brown thing? No, maybe
that's what
that's a button.
Right, yeah, it's a button. I think that's what the reason he sounds like he's talking through a pillow is because he has a lapel mic that's like fallen in there. I love this. You showed this to me and I love this.
I've composed 3 original symphonic scores inspired by sport: Olympics Overture, Equestrian Concerto, and Yacht Master Symphony. And my wish is that these 3 pieces become familiar and enjoyed by everyone.
One more time. He's just fucking wiggling around.
This is the filmmaker who's like, we need to get some action shots of you doing the sports, and we want it to be kinetic. So can this guy jump up and down in the front of the camera? Will you try and deliver complex information? They're like, take 72.
Symphonic scores inspired by sport.
Watch what happens when I mute this.
He looks like he's dancing.
A little bit. Badly. I love the clearly choreographed movements.
This is the only Olympic sport which involves another creature. And so relationship and communication are everything.
I don't know, like some of the recent Olympics, the swimming events have involved a lot of bacteria.
And whatever Michael Phelps is.
Topical. Oh.
When I first sat on a horse at the age of 3, I wanted to draw his picture. Then I wanted to write his poem. Now I have written his concerto.
Wait, he won the what award?
It's like a children's poetry competition. Inky Foot.
Inky Foot Award.
And it's like it's impressive, but like, you know, you're 5. You know, it's a competition for children. Don't bring it up when you're 21, whatever old he is.
Chlorokin, thank you for coming in with the raid.
Hello.
Welcome in, everyone. It makes me really happy. We don't get a lot of raids because of when I stream, but I love the little raid animation that we have.
Is England a real place? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, I live
It's
there.
not. I'm glad that. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you like the thing that we make, because I actually have the composer for Down the Rabbit Hole on right now. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for bringing everyone in. We are looking at one of the. This is weird. This is like, you came in on a very weird thing.
I wanted to write his poem. Now I have written his concerto.
This is impressive. Look at this. Like,
This
I don't
audio is
get...
horribly balanced. What you were saying?
No, it's just. I know it's not a huge jump, but like any jump on a horse is terrifying.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing at the very least.
There's a lot of money gone into this. He's traveling, getting the camera crew around, filming on a boat.
Sailing is a part of our national heritage. We are an island nation, and much of our music has been inspired by the sea, but it has reached far beyond our shores. It will be a worldwide event, but inspired by our Queen's Diamond Jubilee and the Olympic Games.
To be fair, a significant proportion of the sailing music is about fucking women back on land, but you know.
From our London premiere, the baton will pass to cities such as Johannesburg, New York, Caracas, and Chicago. Every 2 hours, for the next 48 hours, across 24 time zones, another orchestra will play this music.
Every 2 hours, a composer dies. With a small donation of $50 a month, you can help reduce this number.
I'm being quiet because I'm gonna have to explain what the hell he's talking about in a second. I'm trying to remember.
As the concert finishes, a dedicated press office and marketing campaign will have ensured a developing news story is put out by broadcasters across 24 time zones, much as New Year's firework displays are reported capital to capital. In this country, we have a long musical memory. Even the buildings write music. And when a chorister sings a note slightly sharp or slightly flat, the reverberance of the building and its stonework blend the pitches together, so we in fact hear thousands of notes. Our English choral tradition needs shoring up, and I would very much like our first Music Olympics to bring home gold.
Do me a favor before we analyze this video, Fred. Go into YouTube and search Alan Partridge.
Okay.
Because I meant to do this after the first video and I just forgot.
You did. What clip am I looking for?
I can't see it on your screen. Is there a way you can make it?
Well, no, I'm looking at it in another window.
There's one called Alan's Best Bits on there. It's like one of the first results you get. And
Here we go. Best bits. I'm Alan Partridge. Best bits. 14 years ago.
Absolutely, yes. It's very old. It's absolutely uncanny.
How can you set fire to your hands?
I'm Alan Partridge.
Alan's broadcasting career began as chief DJ with Radio Smile at St. Luke's.
Sorry, second hand, but it's in quite good condition.
He makes a point of returning every February.
Has anyone never heard of me? No. Right, it's very rude to say
After replacing Peter Flint as the presenter of Scout About, he entered the top 8 of BBC Sports presenters.
Bang! And join me, Alan Partridge, for the big race at Marple, the horse race.
The horse race.
Swaffham was our stalking ground when we were young.
Look at this
We'd
shit,
all
Fred.
pile into the back of a friend's mustard-coloured Triumph Dolomite and have a picnic, and then drive home again. There's a caravan site there now. It's quite a good one. It's not gypsies. I mean, it's proper toilets and proper amenities. We're actually on the grounds of Mike Oldfield's country estate. We're not actually on his ground. This is common ground. That's Mr. Oldfield's over there.
This is Alan Partridge doing a bit.
Yeah,
it's Bolton Brown.
Alan Partridge isn't real. He's a character. You know,
we did ask Mr. Oldfield.
It's convincing. It's hard to explain that he's like not a real person because he's played by Steve Coogan. So I guess people recognize him. But some people are like, "Oh, I thought he was." Then I'm like, "No, he's not a real person."
Well, his autobiography is hilarious, right? Like this book is 80,000 words, although many of them are repeated. Such a good bit.
Good film there, but he said she wanted a bit of privacy. It's understandable. Would have been nice, you know. A bit small-minded, really. A bit nasty. I used to come here as a child. I would skim stones. On one occasion, I hit a duck and it disappeared beneath the water. To this day, I don't know whether it was dead or just badly concussed. I love birds, and I like to come here and make bird noises.
I like to come here and make bird noises.
I'm no Dr. Dolittle, but there are times when I think birds are the only ones I can really talk to. Maybe that's because I'm a partridge. Alan Partridge.
Fuck.
It's
so
really him. Okay, the rest of it's just his show, but that's it was so uncanny because I was like, he's just like Alan Partridge. I searched Alan Partridge, it's the first video I got, and it's just him like walking around the woods dressed as Bolton Brown. It's amazing. All right, let me try and explain what I think is happening here, and I'm really not sure. So it seems to imply he wants around the country every 2 hours for 48 hours. People to perform his program internationally.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
And that's the world record. Right, that's the world record. And he's also like, I think he's worked out that him trying to sell it as him, but he says we as a country have written 2 hours of sporting music or something. The English have written 2 hours of sporting music.
Yeah, let's listen back again.
Now we want to challenge other nations to do the same. It is time to get physical with music. In order to do this, you must be able to conduct an entire evening.
It is time to get physical with music.
Symphony. Ever since
it's the wank anthem.
Feels like the guy never outgrew the teenage classical music is art and the world would be better if everybody listened to it phase. Yep. You can't make people listen to people still do that as adults. They're like, oh, it'd be great music. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the modern equivalent of that is those Twitter accounts that are like, classical art is the only thing that can be counted as art. Modern art is stupid and dumb and not real.
In order to do this, you must be able to conduct an entire evening's concert of your own sport music. What we will provide is a level playing field to record, premiere, and reinterpret your sport music program.
So the idea is he wants other people to write 2 hours worth of sport classical music and then like from different countries and then bring them in to have like they'll provide a recording space and I think players to play for them.
They want you to provide your own players. So Andy entered this. This is how Andy knows. But also, like with this video, the one thing he wanted to do is like communicate well, and it's absolutely terrible. I don't know what his plan is. It seems like I don't know, Fred. I don't know. It seems like he wants everybody to play his music from the impression I get. And then he's like, we'll reinterpret your sports music program.
Maybe.
Don't
Like,
know.
they're gonna market it. Like they said, they have a marketing team.
Worldwide. For the first time in the UK, music sales have increased this year due to digital downloads. It is now time for sport and music to work together in concert. Because I'm a composer...
God. He's so smug.
Thank you, digital downloads. Thank you for your service.
Hey, Bizendarius, thanks for the 21 months. Okay. What's this? Yachtmaster.
Oh, this has got a bit of background. Oh, I want to go back and critique his suit, actually. Sorry, Fred.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because I was thinking about this, and I was like, okay, so this is the part where this part also makes me lose my absolute head as well. So the ending here is important. So he says about
Country,
horses.
we have a long musical memory. Even the buildings write music. And when a chorister sings a note slightly sharp or slightly flat, the reverberance of the building and its stonework blend the pitches together, so we in fact hear thousands
First
of notes.
First thing, Fred. State of your suit, mate. Right. Look, the whole thing. It's like these are not colors that go together. Like the red trace,
No.
the brown, and the gold tie. But
He,
also,
he looks like he looks like a Lego figure who had his legs replaced by a different figure's legs.
But he's also wearing his suit improperly. And I remember, like, I was thinking about this, and then I saw a picture of, like, Mike wearing a suit, and Mike was wearing his suit properly. So
Right.
Mike is more dapper than Bolton Brown.
The cum man is more dapper than Bolton Brown. I think, and I think this speaks to a certain superficiality with him, in that, like, there's no substance to his sort of belief that he is. He's like dapper, I guess. He seems to value high society and like high, I don't know, rich person values. A good phrase for this is escaping me right now, but you understand what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
He values the sort of like rich values, upper class, and but he has no appreciation for the actual value of it. It's like he likes it because it's fancy, not because of any actual values that might be expressed in it. For example, like, here's a good example. Gardens. Like, gardens have certain ideals about them, and then the garden will reflect the ideals, the aspects of those ideals that the gardener finds valuable. But gardens are very much like a rich person thing. Even if you're not rich, though, you can appreciate the ideals behind them. I think this dude likes the idea of refinement. Yeah, thank you, Ender Cobra. Refinement, except only because he thinks it's more respectable, not for any intrinsic value.
Yeah. And somebody pointed out he's got the bottom buttoned up, which is a weird, stupid tradition. But if you get a tailored suit, you're not meant to do the bottom button up,
right?
Because it then like pulls it into a weird shape, and it makes it really like restrictive around you and makes you look really boxy, rather than like giving your body a flow. And it's like it's weird to say there's an objectively wrong way to wear something, but that's as near to objectively wrong way to wear a suit that there is, you know?
Right, and it's kind of embarrassing when he seems to be trying to espouse these prim and proper sort of practices.
Also, red trousers is meant to be like a social faux pas as well. For some reason, red trousers are really frowned on. Like I remember, like Ronaldo appeared at an event wearing a red suit and trousers, and people were making fun of him for like not knowing that. And I don't know the reason why. They are very, very bright. They match the hymn books in the church.
I love this so much.
Our English choral tradition needs shoring up, and I would very much like our first Music Olympics to bring home gold.
What is he trying to draw there.
They're like, do some hand gestures, but I think because we're always paying attention to him making weird hand gestures, we miss what he says.
Our English choral tradition needs shoring up, and I would very much like our first Music Olympics to bring home gold.
It needs shoring up?
Yeah, well, like I said again, you know, you don't want to come if you're pitching something, don't bring up a negative,
Right?
Because I'm like, no, it doesn't. What and why are you the person to shore it up? He's casting spells, and it's not a choral piece either. It's an orchestral piece.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense, does it, Fred?
I think. I think like if you are going to like I think that there is a place for negatives, right? Like I recently pitched a thing, right? Like I pitched a project. It wasn't a game, to be fair, but you know, I still wrote it like a pitch. And I did bring up some problems that I noticed and methods and I was introducing a method to solve them, right? Like here's an ideal that we all want. Here is where we are not meeting it. Here's how I want to fix it, right? He just is coming in here and saying, did you know that England is great, but all of you suck and I do it better?
Yeah, and it's like, it's such a vague, undefined thing, like the choral music of the UK needs shoring up.
Right. It gives the impression that he doesn't have even half a clue of what he's talking about.
Yep. And that's what the worst thing you could possibly have with any promotional video, because this is inherently meant to be a promotional video. Is you need to sound like you know your shit.
Oog. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Move on to the next one.
Next one, yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of fuss around kind of mediocre music.
Yeah. But it's a good stage to be at his age.
Whilst the fact that Yachtmaster was composed by a 15-year-old is extraordinary in itself.
So I guess Yachtmaster could have been composed by a 15-year-old. This is from his DVD, and there are only short clips of it. And then this is 2007, but the recording of this DVD is from 2007 as well. And they claim that the piece he wrote here is from when he was 10. But like I said, that doesn't really tally with my experience of entering competitions, is that you enter your most recent pieces because they're the one you're most proud of, right?
Right. Okay, Public Frenemy, look, you don't need to know the some pieces can be really good and you can have trouble figuring out the meter. Lento?
Lento, yeah, Lento's a great example. Holy shit,
Yeah.
you repping Lento on a Oh yeah, you know, I was actually going to say recording. I think I was going to mention how recording music. He's talking about recording music, and that's actually, it's really expensive to record music. The recording of Lento is a rehearsal recording they got.
Right.
It's a full run through. And Howard said there were two versions of Lento they recorded. The first one, it's like a lady came through with a tea trolley, and you could hear it on the recording, but they were going to play it in that concert. So they got the recording in the rehearsal, and it was good enough to put on the CD. But yeah, Lento's a good example because Lento it uses, I have the score somewhere, but it uses like it's quite steady. It uses minims mainly, and then it will occasionally add a crotchet in, which will throw the beat off. It's the most central aspect to why the piece really works. Actually, Lento is one of the most important pieces written in the last 30 years.
It is a beautiful piece.
It's a very beautiful piece, and
incredibly. Like maybe I can play just a little bit of it.
Yeah,
we're gonna get copyright struck, but like we'll play just whatever.
There's a video on I don't know how YouTube copyright works because there are like unofficial videos of it, so you know.
Let me see. Here we go.
Like, my life's ambition is to make a piece this important.
Ah, it's so good. This is by Howard Skempton. Okay, I can't keep listening to this because I'm gonna cry.
But do you know how that piece was actually
Oh.
put together? Why it's so radical? This is the thing. This is why the rhythm's so important, because he took a selection of. It's only major and minor chords. There's no dissonance in this piece, and he arranged it randomly. And it's got that like one bar where it just has a crotchet.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear it. The bottom, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where it throws it off, like like it's like it's what I love. I'm sorry, like that piece gets to me every time I listen to it. It is 12 minutes long, and every second is perfect. But I think what I love about Lento is that it invites you to. It is a very beautiful piece, but it's also very simple, and it invites you to not think about it as music, to like pick it apart. It invites you to just relax and enjoy it, right? Like it is like relax is maybe the wrong term. It's more like it is constructed in a way to like let the music wash over you rather than like you can pick it apart, but it's inviting you not to. That's how it feels to me. I think like when I listen to metal a lot of the time, I'm really interested in sort of the intricacies of the way that it's being put together, and there's an enjoyment in that. But Lento is like the opposite. It wants me to do the opposite of that. Because it seems less concerned with it. Of course, that's seeming, but it is I hope I'm making any amount of sense.
No, and that's the thing. I think that's what Howard looks for. Howard's very interested in. He wants people to sort of get lost in his work. You know, he wants people
It's something I value a lot, because it's also something I kind of try to do with Down the Rabbit Hole. Just forget that this is like a video, forget that this is anything, just take it in, right? Like, I'm going to give you the information. I've constructed it in a very specific way, but I've done so to make it invisible so that you can just listen and digest it.
I did an interview. I mentioned it. I did an interview with Jeremy Blake, and we talked for 2 hours, and he edited it down to like a 1 hour interview. And I think I spent the first 40 minutes just talking about Howard, because that's how important Howard Skempton is as a composer. And he started writing music in the late 60s, and that piece is 1991, I think. So it took him 20 years to like get to that point where he had a piece like that, and it's 20 years of him experimenting, doing something different, little bit different the next time, and just constantly doing that for decades at a time. And it's remarkably inspiring.
It's beautiful that it's possible. I think just the fact that it is possible is beautiful. I will say, like, I don't think that a piece has to be like gentle in the like, because Lento does get intense, but it's always soft in a way.
Yeah,
it's not always gentle. It gets very intense, but it is soft in that way. And like, I don't think that music has to be intense to be that way. Like I don't think, or excuse me, I don't think that it needs to be gentle or soft to be that way. Because I think of one of my favorite bands, A Forest of Stars. They're like atmospheric black metal, but they also are a group that invites you to forget that this is music.
Yeah.
Like this is an experience, and that's like, let yourself experience it. It invites you to do so. Don't think of it as music. Think of it as just an experience. I think good visual art will do that too. At like if any of you ever go to a modern art museum, which I would recommend, a lot of them are free, and absolutely worth your time.
Rothko's,
Good.
Rothko. The paintings envelop you. They're so massive.
Yeah.
Things like the Guernica as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. Guernica. I think it. But like if you ever get the chance to go to a fine art museum or a classic or a modern art museum, good art will do that, right? Like you forget that it is a form and you just see it, you feel it as art. That's what I think. I think that's one of the things that great art can do. Not always, definitely not always. Great art can be very much in its form and draw attention to that form. But it also can make you forget and not concern yourself with the fact that it is in a form. I know that I've felt that way about a lot of very good modern art, where it takes you in. And like the same piece will not take everyone in, of course. Yeah. I think that's important to note. But there will be things. That's why there's so much art at art museums, because not everything is going to take you in, but sometimes like there will be something in there that will take you in. I think that people are frequently surprised when they go to art museums and they'll find one thing.
I think
like even if they don't like anything else, they'll find one thing that they really resonate with, and that'll make the trip worth it.
I think people also are surprised by the range of emotions that are. I mean, I'd say art in general can provoke, because I think a lot of art that's older art that's placed in museums is very, very serious, whereas a lot of modern art is quite humorous.
Yeah.
And people like don't. They feel like they've had a bad experience if they see something that provokes laughter from them.
Right.
But like I don't know if there's, in trying to pick apart the intention of a modern artwork is very challenging, but I think it is, there may be some intention to provoke humor. But Beethoven thought the Ninth Symphony should provoke humor. And it's like viewed as this transcendent work of majestic beauty. And I'm like, I can see why he thought it was funny as well. It's got the Ode to Joy is like a kind of silly tune when you listen to it.
Right. And I think that I think maybe this is a problem that music can fall into, where it wants to be taken very, very seriously. And I don't think that is always the case. Like, let's get one thing straight. A Forest of Stars is a band that wants you to take it seriously, but not like, but then they'll throw in lines like, I may not be the lord of the dance, you ridiculous cunts, but I'll have my tuppence worth, don't you worry. One for each eye, if you please, which is a profoundly silly line, right? And like, it's in the middle of this very intense and dark song. And it's invoking the ridiculousness of death, right? And fear of it. And humor is a part of these experiences. They can be. It's just another tool.
One of my favorite lyricists is Ian Dury, who's kind of famous for, like, I guess scathing social commentary and engaging with like politics of the day, and also then like somebody described his humor, his language as industrial. As he has like sort of very bawdy kind of 1970s, almost like music hall style, like George Formby style rude lyrics in it that sort of punctuate it all. And I remember recently, apparently there's a documentary about Robbie Williams, who I'm not a huge fan of, but apparently he named Ian Dury his favorite lyricist as well. And I can't think of people more on a different end of the spectrum than me and Robbie Williams.
Mm. Leg mich im Arsch.
People ask about George Crumb because I adore George Crumb. He's one of my favorite composers.
Oh.
Have you listened to George Crumb? I might have played you
No.
George Crumb.
You might have. You might have.
I feel like him and Howard are from very similar backgrounds. They kind of carved their own style of composition, even though they made very different results. And it was interesting because Howard spoke to Brian Ferneyhough when he was at the Conservatoire. He did a talk with Brian Ferneyhough. Brian Ferneyhough is like famously the new complexity guy who wrote really complicated notation. And Howard can completely speak to him on like his level, even though he makes very radically different music, because Howard and him have a very similar experience of carving out their own niche in music. And I find that a lot. I speak to a lot of people, like Andy. I chose not to include Andy's stuff because it's relevant to the story, but it would just derail the stream because there's so much to talk about of Andy's stuff. And we make really different. He's like somebody mentioned George Crumb as being anti-music, and I don't think he is at all. I wouldn't describe any of his music as anti-music whatsoever. I think it's very musical. But Andy Ingemells could be considered anti-music because he takes like elements of concert music and completely divorces them from the actual act of performance. So he'll have like elements of a concert, but there will be no music, and it's a very strange kind of music. But I always feel like I feel he's a good person and a good friend of mine, and I feel whenever I talk to him, we've had like a similar experience where we've kind of carved the niche a little bit. Because I mean, I know people aren't very familiar with my concert music here, but you know, it's one of those. It has some like quite radical elements to it, and some not so radical as well. And I think finding a way to make a compound rather than a mixture of those, it takes a long time. And I think we've both kind of come from backgrounds where we have lots of different interests, and we've been able to make them into a compound. And that experience, I think, is something. If there's a universal thing that composers have, is that experience of trying to carve your own niche.
Right, which I think is very different from Bolton Brown, who at this point I'm relatively certain has no actual interest beyond waggling his dick around in front of everyone.
Easy to forget that tonight's featured piece was written 5 years ago, when Bolton was just 10 years old.
He entered this for a composers' competition that this orchestra was running, and he came second. He was the runner-up, and I was quite impressed with it, so I thought we ought to give it an airing sometime.
Okay. Interesting.
I think this piece isn't bad. I think it is, in context, it was written by a 15-year-old.
Right. Well, they're saying it's when he was 10.
I don't believe that, though. I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense that you'd enter a competition 5 years later with a piece you're in when you were 10. You know?
Right. Horse shit.
It was nice to have Bolton here so that he could tell us some of the things that we hadn't realised.
I know what energy this gives off. This energy gives off like I wrote a novel when I was in 4th grade, and I am now a freshman in high school, and I cannot let go of this universe.
Oh, absolutely. That's what it is. They cannot let go of everything. They cannot let go of like all these achievements, and it's like that's great, but he's an adult now. What can he bring to the table? Oh, this isn't very good.
From the score,
I think the piece needs a lot more energy from where it's at. The double bass certainly takes a lot out of the overall depth.
With precious rehearsal time being compromised by the non-appearance of some key players, and in the spirit of all great show business stories, both conductor and composer are understandably tense.
This is like an amateur orchestra as well. So this is not a big event. This is a church with an amateur orchestra in it.
Yeah, this is the stance of a man who realized he fucked up.
And composer,
he's livid. Yes, he is livid. He's understandably tense.
Do you play the piano? I do, but I won't be performing tonight.
Thankfully, by the evening, the orchestra is at full strength, and both parties are optimistic that the performance will be a success.
hopefully, since the rest of the orchestra has arrived, this should be
right
much better
channel.
than the rehearsal, and I'm looking forward to it greatly.
Right
He's very
channel.
tilted right now as well. Did you see?
Oh, he's fucking pissed.
He's very
Hopefully,
pissed.
since the rest of the orchestra has arrived, this should be much better than the rehearsal, and I'm looking forward to it greatly.
Oh, he's pissed. Oh, this looks like... This is like a shot from a drama where he's the murderer.
He's going
and this is an episode of NCIS, and they're interviewing, they're looking at footage of him, and it's like, you see how he purses his lips here. He's showing anger, right? Like, this is barely restrained rage.
This is the best acting performance ever on that show, though.
I think it's very...
Mike! Thanks for the 23 months.
Hey, Mike!
Hey, man. How you doing?
Let's see Paul Allen's composition. Sorry, that's a good comment.
Exciting piece. It's quite different from what we've played before.
It's quite unusual for somebody of such a young age to produce such a
And
dark
we have a real
piece.
orchestra playing the piece, Brad.
It requires a lot
And
of...
motherfuckers talking over it. I just want to hear the piece.
Yeah.
I think it's very
Oh, they
well
have
written,
bassoons in
and
there.
I particularly like the central section, the meditative bit. I think that's lovely, really nice. So we hope we do him justice.
This piece, I would say, I think it's his best piece. It's very, it's quite atmospheric. It's and it's good because it's like, it's way less ambitious than the other pieces. Like the other pieces try and cover a lot of emotional ground, and this one seems much more focused, much more atmospheric.
Remarkable for a composition from a 10-year-old.
Yes.
It's very good.
I thought it was excellent.
Yeah.
I thought it was very atmospheric, actually, a little bit different, and you could really understand where he was going with the sounds and the harmonies that he made.
The opening pieces were incredible because it really gave you a sense of moving through deep space.
Ooh, couple of sour harmonies there.
It's an amateur orchestra. Gonna happen.
I know.
Complex, let alone composing it.
If I ever do one of these concerts, I go to a concert and they're like, "Can we interview you?" I'm like, "It was shit. Fuck you, and don't talk to me."
I think what I'm gathering from all of this...
I won't end up on the DVD.
I think what I'm taking away from all of this is this dude peaked when he was 10.
Yeah. Well, he's not 10, he's 15 here. Like at the youngest.
He's trying to argue that he peaked when he was 10 instead of peaking when he was 15.
I think this is an amateur orchestra. People were talking about this time. I think this is an amateur orchestra with little rehearsal time.
So Ryan, you want to explain this?
So, yeah. I don't know how I found this. I guess I just Googled it and it came up. I assume this was a promo video. I don't know what it was because it's not for this, right?
I can tell that you took this screenshot when you were in Hong Kong.
I was in China actually. I was using a VPN.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but you can see why. I don't know what the goal is. I could send you... I have a Wayback Machine of the website. Actually, maybe I'll read it. I'll use my reading ability here. But
this is a Hong Kong dollar. I actually don't know the strength of the... This is the Hong Kong dollar, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
HKD to USD. So he was looking for $100,000.
Yeah.
So it says 784. That's Hong Kong dollars. In US dollars, it's 100,000.
Well, this is great, but I'll tell you more in a second. It's really spectacular. So I think what they did at some point is they're like, you're not getting on the fucking Cultural Olympiad. We've been planning it since 2009. You know, he's not what we're looking for. And they're like, they tried to latch onto this thing called the Olympic truce, which is like you're meant to try and when the Olympics are on, everybody's meant to stop fighting and enjoy the spectacle of sport, right?
Right.
So they obviously moved away from that. If you look at their website, which is gone now, but I did screenshot it, but it only closed a couple of years ago. It left lingering.
Come on, England.
They were looking for sponsorship, and I will read you what it says on the sponsorship page.
Okay.
For the Cultural Olympiad. Ideally, the campaign is seeking one main sponsor who will cover the total cost of the campaign, or at least a major part of it. This is so that the sponsor will gain maximum and exclusive coverage from every bit of media attention the campaign receives. However, recognizing the fact that this is an unlikely proposition for most companies, we have created a 5-tier system of sponsorship to enable firms to support the project at a level which suits them. Platinum sponsor. Suggested minimum contribution, £600,000. This will be the main sponsor who will cover the costs for the greatest part of the campaign. The platinum sponsor will get the lion's share of advertising space on the CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray, clothing, merchandise, and concert programs around the world, as well as the documentary and priority in direct liaison with the composer during the campaign and afterwards for lectures. And then there are various variations of this. Gold sponsor 200k, silver sponsor 100k, bronze sponsors a mere 20k.
20k.
Yeah.
Just a mere 20, yeah. Yeah.
Bronze sponsors will likely be smaller films who are keen to be associated with the campaign, but for a smaller outlay. Benefits will include company branding on the website and at press conferences, also on some pieces of merchandise, and again, of course, access to the campaign team and Bolton himself. And the last one is steel sponsors. This tier is equally important and allows provision for private individuals to support the project, as well as companies donating specific materials for the campaign. Benefits to steel sponsors will come through exposure on the campaign website and branding at press conferences. But mainly the advantage to steel sponsors is to come in the form of advertising within your own sector and industry, and as a direct connection with the campaign. And suggested minimum contribution for that is £5,000.
So their argument is you can go around and tell people that you gave Bolton Brown £5,000.
Access to Bolton.
I feel like this is one of those indicators where this is how people like spam mail, like people who send out spam mail find marks. Like, who gave Bolton Brown 5k?
I think the most disturbing thing I've ever read is that spam emails contain spelling mistakes on purpose to weed out people who are less susceptible to the scam.
Right. I remember hearing when scammers make scam calls to houses, if they hear a fire alarm chirping because the battery's low, just hang up, because if they're not responsible enough to replace the battery in their fire alarm, or at least just fucking remove the battery, they're not going to have enough money for you to bother trying to scam them.
Well, they could have a dachshund like me. Honking away in the background.
Legacy Media, thank you for the 16 months.
How much money did they get? Is that like $30 US? It's like $30 US, isn't it?
It's like 50 or something. Okay, what's this? The Lymington Times. Milford teen composer sets
So I read
Olympic...
this. I still don't understand what they're trying to do. This is the problem. I don't know what their plan was, Fred. I don't understand.
Okay. Musicians 2012 Challenge. Musical project. Hopes to challenge young composers worldwide. Okay.
So he wants them to write and record 2 hours of music rather than record.
Right. So this is 2011. Wait a minute, I thought he wrote 2 hours. He said he wrote 2 hours, but this says he penned a sport-inspired concert program comprising a 15-minute overture, a concerto lasting 45 minutes. Oh, okay, so it is total of 2 hours. I misread.
That's a very long concert. You don't want to be...
Yeah.
2 hours is a long concert.
Yeah. Okay, yada yada. So he wants to like get everyone to record, like write and record 2 hours of music and then make a documentary about it.
Yes.
And I think this dude just wants people to talk about him. I think that we are fulfilling his wish more than anyone ever has in the past.
But we'll stop talking about him after this.
Yeah, oh yeah.
No, and you know what? If I want to give some advice to Bolton, is like, forget all this nonsense. You got to start and build up. You can still do it. You can still do it. There are people who are way older than you who start writing music and are really successful. Just start small. Make sure you get everything you write performed, recorded, and try and build on that. That's the way forward. And get a teacher and listen to people.
I think I understand though, right? Like I think that I was this way when I was very little, but I think that there's this feeling of I should be good enough already. Like look at how amazing I am. And like I shouldn't have to, like I should be good enough already, like from the beginning, right? Like I should be a prodigy if I am worth anything.
Yeah. Okay, so I think
there's a sort of like in my experience, for me it was kind of a combination of like self-consciousness and pride, because like I didn't want to be, I wanted to do things, but I didn't want to have to go through the embarrassing experience of being a beginner. Like I didn't want to be cringe. So I wanted to just be good from the beginning, which is not productive.
Yeah.
I had to overcome it, obviously, and I think I've overcome it pretty well.
I think one of the most dangerous things, the beliefs that's developed is, it's a Mozart thing as well, is that musical talent is innate, where it's really fucking not.
It's not.
And the reason Mozart was so talented from a young age, was so good at music from a young age, was because his father was an established composer,
right?
And his sister was a musician, so they were clearly, and he made a lot of money from touring with his kids as musicians. So clearly, like they were encouraged to play music. They were probably made to play music.
Yeah.
And they had good lessons. They had good teaching. Music. This is a thing I think is really important. If Bolton ever watches this and you want advice, I'm sure you don't, but we'll try. You can't do this on your own. You need a teacher. My teacher Howard never went to university, but he had Cornelius Cardew as a teacher. He studied with him privately.
So he still had education, right? Like it wasn't college, but it was education.
He did go to college, and I think he got fed up and dropped out. And then he kept studying privately with Cornelius for another 3 or 4 years or something. And they formed the Scratch Orchestra together, and that was an influential orchestra. Because apparently Brian Eno turned up at it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it was I can't think of very many composers who have done it without a teacher, or at least somebody to help them, because it's such a difficult job. It's very difficult writing music. It's got a very high entry level sort of ability requirement. Does that make sense? You need to know a lot before you go into it.
It requires both knowledge and practice, and on top of that, vision.
Yeah, and the artistic part will increasingly, when you get to university, become the central focus of what you do.
Right.
And I say to anybody who makes music here, is like you've come a long way to even start making music. If you're making music and people are enjoying it, and even you're enjoying it, you've come an awful long way.
Yeah. By the way, your response to the cover was it meant a lot to me.
Oh no, it's really good. And like his thing, it's good because I would say as well, you are not. You probably don't have a wide range for a singer. I'm trying to find a way to say this.
I don't. Not
you have
not for a professional singer.
Right?
Not for a professional singer, no.
The track worked really well because it played to your strengths.
Right.
And stuff like that's really important. Being able to identify that, I don't know if it was you who thought to cover that.
It was me. Yeah.
It was you. So you made a good choice. What's the track name? Iridium?
Iridium, yeah.
There's a crypto called Iridium. I pointed that out to you and you were so upset.
Fuck off. Okay, so what? The London Boat Show fast approaches, and we are looking forward to discussing many deals with our yachting supporters, some of whom are also equestrian suppliers. The holidays have been fun. We are glad to be back in town with much business for the new year.
Something I'd say as well, just while I'm thinking of it, percolating it. I think as musicians, here's the thing. Oh, did we?
Go
maybe
ahead.
we got a video in the wrong order. Sorry, Fred.
That's okay. Continue.
Because I was trying to hang into the. I thought we were missing a video of the concert. Maybe
we were. Yeah, we got it.
I'm an idiot. So please listen to me. So I think one of the things you have to do to become a composer, and you're talking about how it's arrogant to be a creator, right? There's an element of ego and arrogance to it.
Yeah.
And I think we listen to music as a composer, and I was always like, I want to do better than that. There has to be that belief, or you wouldn't bother.
Yeah. Or like at the very least, like I can do something that is at this level of like being worthwhile.
Yeah. And
like it is a very it is a very prideful act to release a 6-hour-long video, for example.
Yeah.
That I am worth 6 hours of someone's time.
And someone said a small amount of talent can be an absolute killer in the creative field. I'd also say I think Bukowski said that talent is cheap because there are a lot of talented people. Sorry. Anyway, you have that belief when you go into making music that I listen to Beethoven and I'm like, this is so good. This is so fucking good. How could I ever have believed I could do better than this? And I realized like it's going to sound immensely over the top arrogant, but I need to be qualified. We do, but on the money in this country, in the UK, it's written some of the money standing on the shoulders of giants. What we do is we do music which is in a lot of ways more expressive. It has more control than Beethoven ever had. He was enormously radical when he was alive, but when you take his work and you look at his work and you understand his work, you can start doing things which are beyond what he was able to imagine. With everything that's happened in the last 200 years, you can make more expressive orchestrations and harmonies and all kinds. And you know, my orchestrations, you're very welcome to play one of my pieces. You can play Matai or something. It's a far richer orchestrated piece than anything Beethoven made, but it was made with the knowledge that sort of composers from the last 200 years of creating works have provided me with. So that arrogant impulse is like there, but it's also you're part of an entire kind of field, a process, and you slot into that.
We've talked about this on stream before. There's a whole category of artists which just irks me to no end. The people who say, I don't watch movies, or no, I don't consume media. I don't consume the art form that I do because I don't want to be influenced.
Yeah.
And that's stupid. Because why would you not take advantage of the sometimes thousands of years of time invested in learning how to use the form?
Yeah,
like,
and
it's like that is the most ridiculous thing, because they've worked out all the kinks for you. They've worked out like a lot of really good practices. So do it. Like, use that shit. Do you think a coder is going to be like, yeah, I could read a bunch of books on, like, good practices, but yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna wing it, right? Or, like, I'm not gonna look up tutorials or, like, how to do certain things, right? I'm just gonna figure it all out by myself. It's like, why? It's It's like fucking boat murdered. It's like a dwarf fortress something awful let's play where like there's a part of something being built and they're like, nah, fuck, I'm gonna leave it. It's like being the new pharaoh, seeing a pyramid that is like 3/4 of the way built, and you're like, nah, fuck it, I'm starting over. Like, there's nothing wrong with that pyramid, but and yours is going to look the same. But I don't want to be influenced.
I would say as well, originality doesn't just manifest itself. It's a grind making something original.
Yeah.
I think the reason going back to the prize I won, although I'm loath to do it, the reason I won it is because they thought the work had original elements to it, and clearly it's not. Nothing will be entirely original. But manifesting those elements took me years.
Right.
And when I went into the piece, and one of the things people don't realize is I don't just sit down and write a piece. I sit down and go, this is what I did with my last piece. This is what we've got. I'm going to do loads of research now. And it sounds a bit sad because also I'm very interested in immediacy. When I listen to something, I think that sounds fantastic. Let's use that. I use that a lot in, music for you because I'm working with the sound in the computer and I hear it and I'm like, that sounds great, I want to use that somewhere. But it doesn't just manifest itself. It's a real grind to make original work, and I think good musicians or the good composers I've met have been good scholars as well. They're passionate about their colleagues' work. They're passionate about the work that people are listening to, and they spend time listening to it and learning about other people's work.
Yes. I think you have to enjoy the form to some degree if you're gonna make in it. The only reason you would make something in a form where you don't like most or any of the other work is because you think you can do is like what you want isn't being made in it.
Cantankerous Gnome says, although fuck music theory, that shit doesn't make sense to me. Music theory is just like a way. So music theory's really, it's got a lot of issues with it. But I've always used it as a way. I've never really taught music theory, but I've always used it as like a way of like communicating what a piece of music is doing. So if you want to, the thing is, people like look at Mozart's music for the paradigm of like Roman numeral chord progressions. So like, okay, then he does a 4, then he does a 5-1, and that's a perfect cadence. And it's true, perfect cadence matters to Mozart, but he didn't think in terms of Roman numerals. He just wrote the music.
Right.
But that sense of form and that sense of ending a sentence musically was very important to him. So I would have to use the phrase perfect cadence to describe how he ended the sentence. And so I've always viewed it as a way of like, it's a way of labeling things and communicating them. It's not a way of writing music theory.
Right.
Sorry, onward.
Yes. Okay. What we missed this one.
If you sort of sat back and really listened to it, you could really get to the heart of that work. Yes, I think it's
There's
very
some nice
good,
music
yes.
in this one.
I'm going to ask him if he'd write another piece, particularly for something I want to do.
A small audience of old people. Bless them.
I was going to say they're really
can't
trying
keep
hard
going on
to hide the
with
fact it's a small audience.
Same old people. You need young blood. And somebody like Bolton, I guess, is the guy to do it.
Oh, he's so pissed off.
I guess.
Look at him.
I guess he's the guy to do it.
Oh, he's pissed.
This is nice though. The flutes and the harp is actually a nice piece of music.
It is, yeah.
It's very. It's not quite. It's just all not quite there. Right, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not at the level where I go, I'm really excited about this guy coming to my university. I've never done auditions, I should say. I've lectured at university, but I've taught people who have gone to university to study music, so I've seen the level their music's been at, and I've had people who have been accepted by some schools and been rejected by others. So I have a vague feeling of where the line is. Does that make sense? So this is like not quite there to get into. I mean, it's not quite there at all to get into university. I think the Music Olympia stuff is not quite there either. I'd be looking for something that's more original, that engaged with a more original idea.
Yeah.
That's what I would advise my student to submit.
Okay, what's this? BBC Music Magazine has written that they really like our promotional video and want to be kept informed about the project's development. This is encouraging for all young musicians worldwide. Watch this space. Musica Mundi from Belgium has written that our project has touched their heartstrings, and this means that instead of chamber music, perhaps the royal family of Belgium might hear symphonic works next time around. Bravo for magisterial compositions. We will definitely respond. BBC Radio 4 has written that they might be interested in using some early equestrian poetry for a special New Year's program, so we then sent them some of the background to the equestrian concerto for consideration. Who would ever think that horses carry tails? Everyone. Horses, like, look, there are two animals that have accompanied humans throughout our entire history. Dogs and horses. Like, those two animals are, like, fucking ubiquitous. Okay, like, not worldwide necessarily at all periods of time, but horses play a massive role in, like, human history. Right? Like, I'd say, like, more so than any others, dogs and horses. I'd say horses even more than dogs.
I don't know if this is all coming out in the right order, but it's fine. But this is a great example. Like, this is not people going, this is a great idea. This is people being polite. They're like, they really like the promotion video, want to be kept informed about the project's development.
Yeah. They're not, like, offering,
That's
like...
the literal minimum they can do.
Right. Don't call us, we'll call you. Yeah.
Yes.
A winter's progress. On a recent snowy trip to London, I visited a well-known PR agency recommended to me by my solicitors. The head of the company told me that the music industry is changing drastically and therefore requires new solutions. One of them is to put news last, not first. This means our press releases should not emphasize dates and venues so early, but concentrate instead on the concert, the artist, the cause, the raison... how do you pronounce this?
Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre? Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard it spoken weirdly. I've only read it. It's the reason for...
the impetus.
Like, is the impetus. Okay. Our own human... Then just I'm sorry, then use the English word. And like there's I like this is it's not a that's the thing is it's not a bad word, but most of the time I think people like using French phrases because it makes them sound fancier. This is one thing that J.G. Ballard does that annoys the fuck out of me.
I said the other day that I was an emissary Greece, which is French for grey emissary. So it's like someone who's like in the background of everything. So I like people were like, somebody was like, "Oh, you work for a load of channels," like, and I was like, "Yeah, a bit of an emissary Greece," and they were like, "Yeah, pretentious as hell." I'm sorry.
Yeah. See, when I'm pretentious, at least I'm using English instead of loan words.
Well, in the UK is obviously like historically, had a very close relationship with France for loads of reasons.
Yeah.
So we were ruled by the Normans and French kings and stuff like that. So and a lot of our words like all kinds. I remember there was a thing is like to remove all the French from the British passport, and the word passport is French. Or at least derived from French. So
yeah,
we do have that kind of we have that relationship, and it's something that comes up in conversation, raison d'etre and stuff like that.
Let's see. The next revelation was that financing classical music has never been easier. In fact, so easy that everyone is doing it on the internet with crowdfunding. That's why I put together the crowdfunding. Once I understood this, I went straight for it, except he very clearly did not understand how crowdfunding worked. Speaking as someone who funds his work using crowdfunding, he very clearly does not understand how crowdfunding works. What a great opportunity for everyone. I now have 4 different listings up on the web for varying aspects. Oh my god. He made 4 different crowdfunding campaigns for the same project.
Is it the same project or is it like different parts of it?
No, different parts of the same project. For varying aspects of my project, many people post their ventures that range anywhere from art and film to catering and web design and gain considerable backing from the wider community. I never knew that this people at large were prepared to support startups, but I am certainly happy they are because it really is democracy at work for all the right reasons. Oh my god, Bolton Brown is democracy manifest.
Get your hands off my horse penis. Eating a meal.
Having a nice succulent horse cock.
Get your hand off your vase of my recorders.
For Bates and I spent a most enjoyable afternoon this past week.
Oh, sorry, Fred. I was going to say, that PR agency really tried to help him. They were like, no, stop doing this. Do everything else.
Yeah, I feel like this is like that scene in the Boogie documentary where like the firm is desperately trying to be like, please don't bring up the fact that you worked in porn during this. Like, that's not going to help you. Like, did you think this was going to help?
Once again, Bolton is wearing his suit improperly, and you can see it's like all wrinkly as a result.
It's extra funny when you see the way the person next to him is wearing his suit, although it is kind of folded. It's kind of wrinkled.
I think he's been sat down on it.
Yeah, that's true. Parliament was still in ruins at the end of World War II, so in 1946 the UN General Assembly first met in London at the Westminster Central Hall. Wouldn't it be a wonderful commemoration for us to have a sport music concert to help them commemorate that occasion? If Parliament were to invite each of the 193 signatory countries to be our guest for England's historic year hosting the Diamond Jubilee and Olympic Games, then they could return home to their own countries, taking with them an actual world record as a double CD album of sport music. If only all of the countries came together to do the thing I want to do, they could get 2 CDs. This motherfucker is like those dudes, like, people trying to sell their rap album on street corners in cities. He's like doing that, but with countries.
Countries. He's also pivoted. So this is about the Olympic truce rather than the Olympics. It's
right.
Like he's getting more sort of. Also, what I'm looking for. He's kind of getting more. Oh, I can't think of the word. He's just being pushed more and more into the picture. Essentially.
Yeah.
Every time. He's gone from like wanting to be a big part of the Olympics. Oh no!
I'm good.
What happened?
Oh, I was trying to adjust myself and accidentally turned the arm of my chair. It went out from under me while I was moving.
Fred is alive. It's okay.
I'm dead now. This is now Ryan's stream.
Yeah, welcome. Things are gonna change around here, bitches.
First of all, twice the 9/11 jokes.
It's funnier for me. There was something I was going to say. I was going to make an important point. I'm trying to read the text because it's tiny, so that's why I'm a bit quieter. No, maybe it was just like the fact he pivoted, but it's also everything he does. It kind of reaches to a larger scale. It kind of artificially creates an audience.
Right. That's what he's trying to do. It's like he recognized, like, there's a part of him that recognizes that nobody actually gives a shit about him, so he's trying to speak to something larger, but it ends up having all the energy of a middle school English student beginning their essay with, "Since the beginning of time."
What would Ryan's VTuber avatar be like? I've always wanted to have one, because I think I look like Captain Haddock and I behave like Captain Haddock. So I always wanted like a version of myself like Captain Haddock, but with my dachshund and my cat on a chair. So I just sit there and they would speak when I speak. So their mouths would open when I'm speaking, or they'd react in some way like they're excited by my voice.
There's a person who's done that where like they're a funny little like they themselves are a funny little creature being held by a breasty anime woman. I forget who it was.
It's one for the history books.
So what? Trying to like do a concert, real original, doing a yachting symphony that circumnavigates the world at sea. We lose synchronicity and only give people one variation. Turn the super yacht into a concert hall. The conductor has access to a quick submarine getaway during the interval break and can return to freshen up under a champagne shower, or so I am told. What?
Submarine. Yeah, just take the Titan down, whatever the fuck it's called.
When I think, oh my god, he's really trying to pitch his compact disc idea. Whose Adventures Wiki? Whose Adventures of Me? Safe passage, Maze winning record, musical spot. Oh my god.
So
because today,
yeah.
no. Today, our athletes are bombarded with jagged rhythms and constant syncopation, and studies have found that listening to overly syncopated music acts as an aggressive stimulant that leaves the listener depressed once the music is turned off. This cycle creates a drug-like craving for ever more raucous and violent sound.
It's like reads like the Futurist Manifesto or something.
Yeah, right. Sport music creates a safe passage not just for the athlete's performance, but it uses that performance to define what is healthy, balanced, and concentrated. When we see, by contrast, the current Eurovision concerts where musicians gyrate to the point of gymnastics, their motions clearly mimicking their beats, we get the immediate message of frustration, desperation, and vainglory.
I like that description of the Eurovision Song Contest. You shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say it. You shouldn't be promoting yourself by saying it, but that's a really funny description. That's like something a priest would say about a Beatles concert.
Compare this to the triumphant entry of a yacht master who sails into port at the head of the fleet. What music would you think suitable for such a tribute? By aligning the classical sporting principles of sail, hull, and keel, the yacht heels all hands on deck and cross-connects them to us through melody, harmony, and rhythm, all made possible by insisting on a deep-seated mast. This, as every composer knows, is the mastery of the thing. He's very good at writing sentences that mean nothing.
One of the things that we didn't mention in the May Island video is Lord Fisher, Jackie Fisher, as he was known to people. He had a lot of strange beliefs, and one of them was that sailors should dance, and he like forced sailors to dance with each other on the decks of ships. And I also think, whilst that itself is a funny image, I also think like the last thing they would be dancing to would be this music, and it would be something incredibly syncopated and raucous. You know?
Right. Okay. This man needs a wedgie.
Can we go back in time and bully him?
Yeah, I think this is a man who needed to be bullied more.
So mean.
It's such a brutal thing to say.
Sorry, it's just that image of him.
He looks. I know who he looks like. He looks like who's the office manager in the American Office?
You mean I don't know, Fred. I was just looking at this image and all I could hear in my head was this. He's still not wearing his suit properly. And it looks really bad.
Hold on.
Symphony.
You need to include the bit where he just says symphony and it starts.
Symphony. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Maybe that's what I do. I'll make it a sound alert.
For cello and a Yachtmaster Symphony.
Symphony.
Steve Carell, somebody's saying.
Steve Carell, yeah. Oh, also, by the way, thanks for the 100 bits, Mooney the Spoonie. I'm reminded of something I saw a while back that might amuse you. Some dude on Twitter was claiming that... What? Was claiming that what? I think your message got cut off. Sir, guys, thanks for the full year. They said, I can't believe I've been subbed to Ryan for a year. And then Legacy Media with 16 months. Thank you. Mooney. Okay, here we go. Some dude on Twitter was claiming that syncopation short circuits your morals and opens you up to demonic possession, and it's used in every witch chant. First off, that's ridiculous. Second off, syncopation is actually something completely different from what the guy was complaining about. And third off, as a dabbling witch myself, I can attest that he's wrong about the witch chants.
This is like the guy who said that circular breathing doesn't exist on the hurdy-gurdy video.
I loved that comment. Like, I have, what was it? I have 5 certificates. Like, I have certificates in 5 instruments. Certificates from fucking where?
It doesn't count if you put them off yourself.
I love the idea that he discovers the person who played the longest note using circular breathing and just, like, thinks that they're a witch.
That's amazing. There's a video of a trumpet player, isn't there? Maybe I sent it to you.
Yeah, there is.
He just drills for like 40 seconds or something.
Yeah,
if not more.
No, I think the record is like hours.
Oh god, that's insane. Because like you, as a musician, you're expected to be able to do that these days. Like Naomi was saying, like back when she studied, it was quite unusual for somebody to know how to circular breathe, and she said nowadays most students will have to be able to do it by the time they leave university.
Interesting. It's definitely a useful thing to be able to do. What the fuck is this? What are you talking about? Our delegation is presenting this declaration. What? Corridors of power that are wide, shadowy, and flagstoned. This feels like a reference to something that I'm like not aware of.
Oh, so any like pivots to it being about this guy, this lord? So in the UK we have 2 houses. We have the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And the House of Commons are elected, Lords you get appointed to, and Lords don't have a lot of power. So this guy's a Lord, and you get appointed for like doing something good, supposedly. But he's doing this walk for peace, and then they start building the concept around their walk for peace because this one guy presumably like paid attention to what Bolton was doing. I think one of the things they were kind of betting on, which is quite difficult, is like there's not a lot of critical study of classical music these days.
Right.
And if you ever read about classical music, they're like, this is some of the finest writing for the violin ever. And it's been written like that since the 1930s.
UN backs Olympic truce resolution. Is glad to the UN Olympic Truce Spectacular. Is that the name he's given to his like 2-day long weird project?
Yeah, I don't know. It's completely pivoted to being something different now, and
what?
This is not actually him. This is somebody else who's like put it forward.
Oh, weird. His mom. Most member states to do so. In the history of the UN. Okay. Weird. So he like moved on.
Yeah. And the website was up. It's a radio jingle. The website was up until 2019, and he was updating his blog. Maybe 2021? And he was updating his blog until 2019.
Okay.
And then seemed to be no plan beyond this. It was strange. But we have this amazing radio interview where a lot of things become apparent and horrifying, and yeah, I'm excited.
Oh no. We do need to wrap up relatively soon, but let's listen to this.
Okay, cool.
92.3 Forest FM.
I'm Roger Matthews with you here, taking you through for the next 2 hours. Today on the programme, we'll be talking to Bolton Brown, who has grown up in the New Forest, the son of a history professor. He wrote and performed music from an early age and has studied voice, piano, violin, viola, clarinet and organ. And his first orchestral work premiered in 2002. Was quickly followed by an organ ensemble, a chamber and larger orchestral composition, as well as film music, and which is now being performed at regional and university concerts.
Yeah, exactly.
The amazing thing, as you will see...
When did he do film music?
Never. Apparently you could just say anything on the radio and nobody will check it, because unless you upload it to YouTube, then I'll download it and I'll show Fred.
To stay tuned and listen in is his age. Started young.
I mean, I started performance young. That's not special. I guess, like, I one thing that always demystifies this sort of thing is like, oh, he started when he was very young. It's like, I was doing theater productions when I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
Like, that's not special.
Through to music, I'd like to welcome Bolton Brown into the studio. How are you doing?
I'm very fine, thank you, Mr. Matthews. How about yourself?
Just Roger, please. Let's not get too formal here, you know? Yeah. Okay.
Right, that's all right. He's young. He's fumbling over his words. It's all right. Some of the things he says, though, are alarming. And I think this one I'll draw attention to the most, because there's like 4 of them. I threw them all in there.
Okay.
We've got you into the studio now. You play and compose music. So, what instruments do you play first? And what type of music do you compose? Let's set the level here so everybody knows what we're into.
Well, I compose contemporary classical music myself, and I've played a lot of instruments in the past. But I must say my favourite instrument has to be the organ, because there were just so many things to touch with the organ, and it's basically just a one-man orchestra.
Stop, Fred.
He loves the organ. He loves playing the organ.
I heard you stopping. No.
And that was very interesting indeed.
Excellent. Now, the intriguing thing about you when I first saw this...
There were just so many things to touch with the organ, and...
Symphony.
There's so many things to touch with the organ.
And it's basically just a one-man orchestra.
I suppose it gives you, I suppose with modern organs especially, it gives you that great scope to have your little orchestra in a box, isn't it?
That's correct.
Excellent. Now, the intriguing thing about you when I first saw this coming up was your age. How old are you now?
I'm 15 years old now.
Amazing, because you your first piece was at 8, wasn't it?
Yes, my first piece was performed at age 8.
Right. So actually performed at 8. How old when you wrote it then? Did it take a while to write, or?
Well, the first piece, Jupiter, was written when I took a...
Wait, I thought he was 10.
Yeah, this is why I don't believe all this age stuff. It doesn't make any sense, Fred.
It's like, so I wrote this piece when I was 10. Now, when you're 9 years old, it can be really hard to like have a really solid idea of where music is. But as an 8-year-old writing a piece, I felt like I could bring a 7-year-old's perspective. They just through like as the seconds go by, it gets younger and younger.
Astronomy Now course at Bewley Observatory, and that was very interesting indeed, and that sparked my love of astronomy off right then. And that piece was written just after coming home from there, and I looked through the 10-inch reflector telescope at Bewley Observatory there. And when I first saw Jupiter through the telescope, I came right home and music just poured out, and I wrote this little piece, Jupiter.
Right, so you actually get your inspiration a lot then from what's around you, experiences to you?
Yes, I do get a lot of experiences from that as well, but most of my inspiration comes from God himself, I think.
So there's a very definite spiritual element to the music,
Pause it, Fred.
The inner creativity.
He gets his inspiration from God himself.
From God, he is God's chosen composer.
That it's not inspiration from God, it's God himself.
God himself.
It's the God he speaks to personally.
Is he coming out?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, let's have a little listen to the first piece we have here from you.
Composer for Temple OS.
Fucked up the music a little bit. Okay. It's impressive for a 5-year-old.
That's a rather beautiful piece of music. There's tinges there of
This man's very polite.
Influence.
I can't believe that he wrote that when he was 4.
There, almost from the
He's
Baroque
getting
through
younger.
to some almost folk type influence. From my point of view, as a pure listener here, you know, are you
The
sort of
fear in
influenced
this
by all the
man's
genres?
voice, where he gets the wrong genre. He mentions how he thinks there's folk and Baroque influences, and he's just like from my point of view.
I think that this has a similar emotion to like that old man we saw earlier who was like, let me see if I can pull him up. Is he here? I think it was here.
Pull him
When he like, no, it's this one,
It's very.
I think. Where he he's standing there realizing that he fucked up agreeing. to
He's
do
like
this.
the second or first one, though, but he's.
Here we go. Yeah. He's just like, oh god damn it. Like this little shit.
Genre as well, or do you just focus on the one?
Well, yes, I just focus on the one, and that particular style of music, contemporary classical, allows me a great range, and that great range is very significant in my music.
How much we're talking about contemporary classical right now, how much has that changed from what we all sort of, refer to as the classics?
Well, contemporary classical music brings a lot new and different ideas into its compositions as well, but mainly my compositions have a lot to do with my inspiration, and my ideas come from those inspirations, and basically the inner self there flows out of me in music.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, Misabudo, thanks for the 3 months. I was going to try to do this when you're streaming together, but you and Mike are the only people I'm actually subbed to. Huh. It says a lot about you. Yeah, it says that you like cum, which is perfectly reasonable.
That is a true. One thing that comes through in the music, I find, with a lot of people like that. You get these people who will compose music and make music. It's very clinical, but it's listening to that, it wasn't quite what. This is the first time I must admit to listeners I've actually had a chance to hear the music you've done, so it's straight in, and I don't know. I thought there's something quite refreshing there in a way because of the wider. That more inspirational aspect that comes through in the music. I've been looking at musicians now for 35 years. I've been in radio 35 years, and I've seen them come, seen them go, and all sorts, every sort of genre you can think of. There's a lot of feeling in there, I think, with the music that came through.
Yes, well, my next piece, Mars, is actually being performed tonight by the Westbourne Symphony Orchestra, and that's a wonderful concert that's going to be coming up, and Mars was another one of pieces which was composed in the Planet Suite.
Is there evidence that this actually happened?
I mean, I think this happened. You can see it's like a real studio. I mean, and it's not good enough for it to have not happened. Like, he's bumbling, tripping over his words, and...
No, I don't mean this interview. I mean the concert he's talking about.
So the Mars concert is the one we have a video of.
Oh,
that is the only
okay.
concert we have a video of, and there's a recording of a solo oboe piece being played. Those are the only two recordings of any music by him.
Okay.
That I wrote after coming home from Beaulieu Observatory that day. And Mars is a piece that was written in honour of the Red Planet and a tribute to Professor Pillinger's Beagle Lander.
When you're talking about Mars, Jupiter and Mars, I mean, there's already a suite of planets. I mean, did some of that influence you there?
No.
No, so you took a totally different...
Yeah, fuck that guy.
...approach to it.
Yes, I
when
did.
you felt it. Well, that's going to be interesting now, anyway, because I've had a quick snippet of the next one coming up, and I was listening to the beginning of it, and I kind of like it already. I've only heard about 30 seconds of it, and it's the Mars one.
Yes, that's the one.
Which we'll play now, or parts there of it, and it's got a beautiful, dramatic feel as it starts.
Oh, this is probably his best one.
I must admit, it's not often I have the composer of such great music in the studio with me to actually talk to. Talking today to Bolton Brown. Now, the amazing thing about Bolton is the fact his age, that he can compose music like that, which I think is absolutely superb. I mean, I've been a rock DJ for 34 years, amongst other sorts of DJ, but I've always loved classical music. I was brought up on classical music, as well as country music, and as well as the pop at the time. And... you know, so I enjoy all genres of music, and there's a lovely feeling to that, actually. There's a certain power which you...
How dare you say Brown Note attempts the Bolton Brown Note?
There's a wonderful bit in Peep Show, because we talk about Peep Show sometimes, where it turns out Mark's family have been using the word jazz as like, oh, you really jazzed that up. And like as a word to just mean anything they fuck up, they just say like, oh, you jazzed it. Complete jazz up. He's like, oh, that's fun. It's like being famous, I guess. I'll go and get some drinks from the kitchen. Hopefully I won't jazz that up or do a massive mark in my pants as I walk away. It feels like a Bolton Brown is like that. I did a Bolton Brown in my pants.
Yeah.
think you'd expect from Mars anyway. Tell us a little bit more about your feelings when you actually wrote that.
Well, I have already spoken about Beaulieu Observatory, but I wrote this as a tribute to Professor Pillinger's Beagle Lander, and also I have been very intrigued with Mars since a very early age. I love the look of the planet, the colour of the planet, and it's been so mysterious in these past few years, and also it's also being unveiled as well with these landers that have been sent to Mars.
That's right, we're sort of seeing it develop as it opens up, isn't it, now, over the last few years?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But I must admit, the other Mars as well I was quite taken with, because I love music that is stirring. To me, music has to be something that hits you emotionally, you know. It's not just something you listen to, it's something you feel, you know. So I do like music, especially like that, which has got the power. And that too. Tell me, being so young, you know, in music, do you find it hard getting to people to take you seriously?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but music for me...
Story says, a Bolton Brown is when you crap yourself, claim you were the first person ever to do so, and continually push back when you did it. Holy shit.
I love music as an animal.
Why is it not giving me the option to pin it? I can't pin a highlighted message. Oh, can we pin that? Holy shit. Yeah, no, comment of the day. Holy shit. That was...
It has always been a great passion, and it has also been a source of great satisfaction for me, and helps me to express that which is beyond speech. So, one day, when I was very young, I came home after the Beaulieu Observatory trip that we took, and I poured out this entire suite of music, and my mother asked me, when did you do all this? Well, was it while you were looking through all these telescopes? And I said, yes, it was, and I find it very hard to actually understand that people don't have music flowing out of them like I do.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying there, actually, on that. I can totally understand that, because sometimes you can you see something and it is impossible to describe, so you have to do it through some other medium, don't you?
Yes.
Words don't do it justice. And I used to have quite an interest in astronomy when I was younger, and you look at some of these pictures now, and you take a look through a telescope and you see these most amazing scenes, you know, out there, those planets and everything, the depth and sheer space that there is there, and it does give you this emotional jolt. And this is what I think I was getting at before with good musicians and musicians who really, you know, are into their music. Don't just write a piece, they feel a piece, and they create. It's like
they feel a piece of shit in their pants.
Feel an organ. Feel a Bolton.
Feel a Bolton.
a painter almost, and music is your canvas, so you're in a way describing that which you see. Anyway, we're going to have to get back to a few technicalities now. I've got to play a few adverts from Sector 2, and we'll be back with Bolton Brown straight after that.
I'm going to Bolton Brown my pants.
It's not quite the Bolton Brown in my pants. Do a big Fred in my pants.
So miking it is when you fuck up. What is it when you fret it?
Oh, it's definitely when you shit yourself. Then, if you're gonna, if you're gonna say that miking it is when you fuck up, then Fred is to shit yourself. But...
Fred's to shit. Why is it to shit yourself? Why are you so silent? Why is it shit?
The dog has got free, so I'm gonna have to deal with that. I'll be back in a second. Sorry.
Okay. The dog has got through. Mike's called him Mike. Ryan's lying. He's leaving so he can go and do this.
So for cello and a Yachtmaster Symphony.
I need that as a sound alert. Just more in-jokes. That's what this stream needs, is more in-jokes. We need to make it even more impenetrable. Fretting it is when you make it unexpectedly depressing. Fretting it is when you're overthinking any single thing you're doing to the point of stressing out, not eating, and taking yourself down only to show someone what you've been working on and it's excellent. I think that's just an artist thing.
Captured.
Okay, why is fretting it shitting your pants?
Because the peep show rules, because jazzing it was fucking
oh, right. Jazzing it's fucking it up.
Doing a big mark in your pants.
Doing a mark in your pants, yeah. Okay.
Joined in the studio by Bolton Brown.
You don't have to watch it. I was looking for a moment, because I thought it was in the first one, where he says that he doesn't have time to listen to other music.
What?
I know.
No, fuck off.
Threading it is denying you're a furry.
Shut.
Shut. Okay, so this is important. This is the actual piece that was played in the Cultural Olympiad. And they're a very unusual experimental music group who produced their own 2 hours of sporting music, rising to his challenge. They did it and they emailed the people, and this is the thing. The next one is the response they got.
Okay, so they did it. Okay, what's the response? Dear Bolton Brown, yep, I have also sent this via your website, but also decided to send via email to be on the safe side. Although this piece is not written for orchestra, I thought I would send it to you anyway, as you may find it interesting. It is a piece of experimental music theater inspired by the traditions of Fluxus performance, John Cage's indeterminate work, and the English experimental music of Cornelius Cardew's Scratch Orchestra. In addition, it could also be considered within the same lineage as Mauricio Kegel's theater pieces.
I think it's Kagel.
Kegel's
good though.
Kegel, yeah. I gotta do
exercises.
Yeah, I gotta do my Kegels so that I can stay squatting the entire time I'm playing cello, the whole 2 hours. The piece was first performed on March 3rd, 2012 at the Warwick Arts Centre in the UK as part of a day of performances featuring Olympics 20 by 12 composer Joe Cutler. The performance of the piece was accompanied by the following program note. English composer Bolton Brown will premiere his 2-hour orchestral sport music Olympia program in London this summer in celebration of the 2012 Olympic Games. To mark the occasion, Brown has issued a worldwide challenge to other nations to respond with music inspired by their own sporting traditions. Ensemble Los Caballeros?
Yes. Good
Bring
job.
the Netherlands' response to the British Isles with a piece inspired by Petanque, a sport ideally suited to the Low Countries due to the flat terrain. The Dutch petanque contains many local peculiarities not found in similar sports and has become increasingly popular in recent years, especially among the nation's youth. So they actually fucking did it.
Yeah, in the Culture Olympiad. I don't want to.
Holy shit!
There's like loads of Bolton Brown stuff still to go through. Well, there's a little bit, but mainly like the reports to the Lords where he claims to have made 3 video games.
What?
Yeah.
I'm the youngest video game programmer. I did it when I was 2.
But that's like a whole, like Andy Igabow's stuff is a whole rabbit hole in itself. So whole spaghetti would be spaghetti bobbing till the end of time. This is
Fretting
the response. Sorry, go ahead.
Fretting it is when you do twinkish noises live and then try to deny it in panic. Shut the fuck up. Ban Mont Blanc. Time out Mont Blanc for 5 minutes. Below are the submission requirements, which will help you qualify for a world record. Nationality is determined by the composer's passport, regardless of where they study or work. All works must be original. All works must be good. All works must be original. All work must never have been performed live before in public. All works must never have been recorded and released to the public before in any format. All works must be submitted in traditional notation as authentic scores of the composer alone. No collaborations will be considered. If choral music is included, the composer must also have written the lyrics. All works must be self-published for full orchestra and submitted as a master score in parts, ready to go into the recording studio and on stage for the premiere concert. All works must be conducted by the composer. All works may be enhanced by other performers, so including soloists, choirs. This is a weird list. This is a weird list, right?
It's like they've tried to do everything to disallow this application by this theatre group.
Like, it's weird for a composer. It is weird for a composer to orchestrate their own composition, right?
Oh no, it's not weird for a composer to orchestrate their own composition, but it's weird to it's
or
not
conduct. Excuse me, conduct it.
Yeah,
it's weird to conduct. It's weird. Like, conducting is like an art form.
Yeah, there are composer conductors as well. Some composers.
I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are composer conductors, but I'm saying, like, to make that a stipulation seems weird.
Yeah.
Also, what? The composer must have written the lyrics, but like tons of choral music uses lyrics of other things like biblical passages. What? I don't know. That's just weird. It doesn't follow the traditions. It doesn't even follow tradition. Please submit all works simultaneously, enough for a double CD album and a full evening's concert program of 2 hours duration. Do not stagger submissions. What? Okay. Yeah. Age of composer is a factor. The younger, the better. And commensurate with the sport being honored. What the fuck? This is so weird.
It's really strange, and it's like they've kind of tried to manipulate it so only very specific types of music they want can be considered.
Right. What? Sport music for peace, written evidence.
This is where we get the stuff about the video games. This is the second most deranged document you'll ever read in your life.
The second most deranged document. Okay.
What time are you thinking about finishing, Fred? Just
we should finish within like half an hour-ish.
Yeah.
Is that doable?
Yeah, I might have to pop and sort the dog out because she's being a bit of a terrorist right now.
Okay, I know it's late for you as well. It's like 1.
Though I would really like, maybe we could have another one where we've just finished off the last couple of documents because they are absolutely mind blowing. Like honestly, this
Mike would love this. I think.
I would love for Mike to join us. Mike is.
Oh my god,
Mike.
We should chat, back me up, right? Like this would be amazing to like show to Mike if we could take
But
this
he
on
has
the
to
Mike
watch
stream.
the stream on the VOD, right, or whatever. He has to be able to catch up on the stream. I'm not catching up on all this shit. During the stream, my head would explode. He needs to do his homework.
Okay. He would get so mad. Mike would get pissed. Mike would fucking want to rip Bolton Brown's throat out.
I don't want that to happen. I want it to be important to understand that Bolton. Well, I don't even know it was Bolton. I would suggest it was his parents dug his grave for him. Not literally.
Right.
But like, in terms of his music career, they dug his music career's grave because this is not how you do it.
Pay tribute to. Okay, so. Okay, yep. Who has just completed the Olympian feat of creating I like the Olympian feat of creating a lasting legacy for London 2012 sport music for peace. Regenerates recording industry. Okay, so yeah.
What I'm actually going to suggest that we leave this for tonight because I can hear George is probably wanting to go out for a wee.
Okay, I'm sorry that we ended up kind of like treading water in a couple places here where we just started talking about art.
No, that's like the best part of it, I think. We can catch up on the last couple of documents maybe another time with Mike Ma. If he doesn't mic up the stream.
Okay, so we're going to.
Brown in his pants.
I'm gonna join Mike for some Lethal Company today. Yeah. He invited me, and he will be coming on tomorrow as well, because he wants to show me fucking TikToks, apparently.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. He wants to show me, I think, slow living TikToks. He's completely convinced that it will break me. So I'm curious.
If it does,
tomorrow's stream day, yeah. Where we're gonna be doing, I know, yeah. Usually Sunday I don't stream, but Sunday, this is the best time to fit Mike in. Is Sunday.
To fit Mike in where? Where you fitted Mike in?
Well, I guess you'll just have to tune in and find out, won't you? Ryan, this has been so head ass. Thank you so much for.
Well, these documents are completely deranged. This is like committing to writing in a legal document complete nonsense.
I'm so excited.
Alrighty, I'm gonna hop off the call and take George to the toilet.
All right.
Take care, everybody.
All right. Yeah, Ryan's gonna run. Madam Ghosty, thanks for the fresh sub. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Ryan. Yep, there he goes. Yeah, sorry I had to go quite suddenly. Poor dog. So what we're gonna do today, we're gonna raid right into Mike right away. Art is gonna have to happen probably tomorrow. Just because, you know, Mike's streaming, want to get over there. But you all know, a Bolton Brown is when you crap yourself, claim you were the first person ever to do so, and continuously push back when you did it. Here's our raid message. Fuck. No, we'll look at art tomorrow. I'd like to look at art with Mike. But this has been perfect. I'll see you all in just a few minutes if you decide to stick around and watch me play Lethal Company with Mike. If not, have a good evening. Take care of yourselves. Hydrate. And it's been lovely to have all of you. Goodbye. Well, for a little bit. Wait, that's BRB. Ha! Got it.